Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. For today's guide on how to watch the South Africa versus Wales, and in fact, the entire sort of international season. As you guys know, that at this stage, for example, for South Africa versus Wales, the entire series is being shown behind a paywall, which means that unfortunately there's no free-to-air broadcast that is showing the service. However, we have done the research and we have found the cheapest, most cost-efficient way for you to watch all the international rugby you need to over the next sort of month. We've got so many games coming up, and it's actually just going to be absolutely terrific. Yeah, but the biggest thing is that you're going to need a VPN depending on where you are in the world, because the cheapest way to watch, and it'll obviously change depending on where you are. But for example, in the UK, it's being shown on Sky Sports, the South Africa versus Wales series. In South Africa, it's being shown on SuperSport, which is on DStv, and you need a premium package, which is about R1,000 a month. So we are recommending watching it on Flow Rugby. And the big thing about Flow Rugby is that you can, first of all, go on a month-to-month basis, and that it's got everything. It's got everything that you need. Yeah, we recommend getting Flow Rugby, and ExpressVPN is the VPN we recommend using, because Flow Rugby is only available in the United States. But if we look, for example, at their schedule, this is the sort of rugby that you can expect to be able to watch in the coming days. So, for example, immediately tomorrow, they've got the Maori All Blacks taking on Ireland. And as you see over here, it says unavailable in your area, and that is why you need a VPN, because I'm currently in South Africa. So if you do download ExpressVPN and you install it, we've got a special offer down in the comments below. They are giving Forever Sports audience an extra 3 months free if you sign up for a yearly package. And we do videos every week in terms of how to watch rugby on free-to-air channels. So if you go and get yourself a year subscription to ExpressVPN, we will then show you the most cost-efficient way every week to watch rugby. And that includes URC, that includes the end of year tour, for example, the autumn series, which is being shown on Amazon Prime, which is really, really cheap, as well as other competitions, stuff like that. Like the Rugby Championship will show you guys how to watch that. Certain ones are sometimes shown on like Australian free-to-air broadcast, in which case you'll be able to watch a Springbok game for free. But you do need ExpressVPN, because unfortunately, especially like if you're in South Africa, you know, it's very, very rare that we see international rugby being shown live on free-to-air broadcasters. So if you get Flow Rugby, and it is $30 a month, but you can only do it on a month-to-month basis, for example. So if you get $30, if you were to buy a subscription right now, that would last you for the entire month. You'd be able to watch All Blacks versus Ireland. You'd be able to watch, you know, second-tier nations like Germany versus Georgia, Spain versus Poland. But maybe the big ones that people are looking out for are the likes of over here, where we've got on the Saturday second, we've got French Barbarians taking on the USA, for example, Japan versus France. We've got a lot of women's rugby at the moment. Then we've got Spain versus Italy. We've got France taking on Georgia. Then the big ones are sort of over here, which is Australia versus England, South Africa versus Wales, New Zealand versus All Blacks. And that is all being shown on Flow Rugby, as well as Argentina versus Scotland on Sunday. And again, same thing next weekend, Japan versus France, New Zealand versus All Blacks. So all the major tour test series that are currently happening, which is Japan versus France, New Zealand versus All Blacks, Australia versus England, South Africa versus Wales, and Argentina versus Scotland. The entire sort of summer or winter series, depending on where you are, the incoming tours, outgoing tours are all being shown on Flow Rugby. So get yourself ExpressVPN, get yourself Flow Rugby subscription. It is the cheapest and most efficient way of watching rugby legally. Because, you know, there's a problem with the legal streams that they're very unreliable. They go down. So in my opinion, and what I've always done in the past, is just pay a little bit and make sure that you are guaranteed to watch the rugby. And that's the thing. The last thing you want to do is sitting there, you know, the national anthems are on, your stream is buffering, it's not quite working. So do yourself a favor, get ExpressVPN, get Flow Rugby, watch the entire international season. Come watch it live with us. We will be live for all the various games. This weekend we're going to be doing New Zealand versus All Blacks, New Zealand versus All Blacks versus Ireland. We're going to be doing Australia versus England. We will be doing South Africa versus Wales. So we'll be covering a lot of rugby in the next couple of weeks. It's going to be a lot of fun as we get the international season go. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. All the links that you need for Flow Rugby, for ExpressVPN, etc., are in the description. So get yourself sorted, get yourself ready, and let's have a phenomenal international season. My name is Steven. Thank you very much for watching. I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And Jacques Nienaber has just named his first side for the opening test against Wales to start the opening, or start this international season rather, for the Springboks for 2022. And there are quite a number of changes, and a very big change is that Willie Leroux has in fact been dropped from the side, and Damien Willemse has been given the nod at 15. Also, 2 debuts set to come off the bench, so it's a very exciting team. Before we look at the team itself, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We will be live for the game. We're doing a lot of build-up. We're going to have press conferences up the entire week. We're going to be having player interviews, so there's a lot of content to come. But in terms of the team, this is how the Boks will line up on Saturday at Loftus Fairfield. In the front row, it will be Ox in chair, Bongi Manambi and Frans Malherbe. Frans Malherbe very much back into the side after quite a lot of injuries last year, so that will be a starting front row. Evan Etzebeth and Loet de Jager will pack down the second row. Evan Etzebeth will be earning his 98th cap. So if he were to start every single game during the series, he would raise the bat and make that 100th test and the third and final test. So very exciting moment for him. Sia Khaleesi, Franco Master, Jasper Wiese is the loose trio. Very interesting to see Franco Master coming in straight for Peter Steph du Toit. We sort of wondered if we were going to potentially see Kwaka Smith there, given the fact that he was very useful last year. But Franco Master has become very much indispensable for the Boks because he has improved so much. And I think that given the fact that he's a player that just plays so well from, across the full 80 minutes, you can understand why they start him, and then they can always sort of replace both locks in the later stage of the game, and he can move to lock, for example. But he's very much an 80-minute player. The idea of emptying a tank, he doesn't really empty a tank. And then Jasper Wiese, will get his 12th cap already. He's played a lot of games for Springboks in a short space of time. And he was always backed as the second choice number 8. And the Boks continue to sort of reward sort of loyalty in terms of, we're backing you. We're going to give you every single opportunity to succeed. Faf de Klerk will partner Alton Yankees, who will make his 45th cap for the Boks. The good old Lions duo there coming together. And it doesn't surprise me at all, given the fact that Andre Pollard was playing on Saturday and he would have only had a couple of, probably maybe even one training session with the Springboks ahead of the team announcement. So it was always going to be quite unlikely that Pollard was going to slot in. So Alton Yankees does get the start. You do imagine that we'll see Andre Pollard coming into the lineup next weekend, potentially. Makazole Mapimpi, Cheslin Colby, Damien Willemse is a very exciting back three. There's plenty of pace. There's plenty of X factor. And then, of course, what is arguably one of the best centre combos in the game at the moment, Lekanyo Damien Delaney in the midfield. It's an incredibly good side. But then the exciting thing is the bench. And Malcolm Mark, Stephen Kitsoff, Vincent Koch. I mean, the front rows, there's so little in between the different players. But I really do like the idea. Like Malcolm Mark, Stephen Kitsoff, coming off the bench, they're very good over the ground in terms of their rucking ability and as a sort of fetchy role. So I think they're very important towards the last stages of the game. Vincent Koch has been in tremendous form in the Premiership. But then Salman Murat, Ulrich Lowe, they are set for debuts. We continue with the 6-2 split. And Kwaka Smith, very useful in a 6-2 split because given his pace, he could jump into the backline if needed to be. But Ulrich Lowe, Salman Murat, they are players who've been touted for the future quite early. Salman Murat was obviously on tour last year. And I think this is a nice move, because I think that for me, I'd prefer to cap Salman Murat or a Ruan Nokia ahead of maybe Marvin Ori, given the fact that we know what he brings. But Salman Murat's been part of the setup before, so he gets that. Again, the Boks have got very much a long-term strategy and a plan, and they tend to stick to it. So even if, within a couple of months, things might change in terms of people who are playing better or worse, they'll always sort of go back and say, but we had your plan and you're still part of our setup and we're going to stay loyal to you. And then Ulrich Lowe was always sort of seemed to be ahead of the pecking order of the rest in terms of the loose forward. So he'll get an opportunity this weekend. Herschel Yankees on the bench with Willie Leroux, who is very much a utility back these days, was running at flower half whilst Andre Pollard and Alton Yankees both weren't in the squad. So he can obviously covers flower half, covers fullback, covers the wing as well. And I think it's important that you've got somebody with 72 caps who can come off the bench because, apart from Malcolm Marks and Stephen Kitsoff, the rest of the bench are all fewer than 20 caps. So nice to have the experience. And so there's a couple of match stats. Cheslin Colby needs one more try to get his 10th try and 50 points. Alton Yankees is currently the 5th place all-time Springbok point scorer. If he were to get 10 more points, he would in fact pass Brian Habana and become the 4th time fourth all-time point scorer for the Springboks. The Springboks need 55 points to raise 1,000 points in international rugby. There are a total of 603 caps in the starting lineup, and there are 222 in the back line, 381 amongst the forwards. The average amount of caps in the back line are 24. For the forwards, 42. I think that's the important thing. There's incredible amount of experience in that forward pack. And that's where it's going to be won very much up front. Let me know what you think of the team down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven, and I'll chat to you soon. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's preview, as the international season finally gets underway in full force, and South Africa taking on Wales tomorrow at Loftus Versfeld ahead of what is expected to be a packed out 52,000 fans are expected to arrive at Loftus Versfeld tomorrow for what is going to be a record attendance for a South Africa versus Wales game that takes place in South Africa. 1,050 days on Saturday since the last South African game on home soil in front of a crowd. So it's set to be an absolutely iconic occasion in Pretoria, and it is two very good sides that will clash. As the Springboks take on a bit of a nemesis, a side that has had the better of them quite a few times over the past sort of 5-6 years. But the Springboks very much the favourites going into this lineup, onto this team. And if you look at the lineups, you can kind of see why. An immense amount of experience within the Springbok pack and within the Springbok side as a whole. But a very lethal Welsh backline as well. Before we look at the two teams, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We will be live for this game, as well as select other few international games this weekend, including Ireland versus New Zealand, as well as Australia versus England. There are lots of very good games to look forward to this weekend. In terms of how to watch them, the games, you can go check out our guide, but we do recommend using ExpressVPN, and then potentially looking at a broadcaster like Flow Rugby, which is the most cost-efficient way to watch all the international rugby over the next month. You don't have to sign up for multiple months. You can just sign up for just 1 month, and you can get all the international action, as well as the Rugby Championship if you want to sign up for a few more months, because they will be broadcasting that as well. But in terms of the two teams that will take to the park this weekend, this is how the Springbok side will line up. And it's a very, very experienced pack, and a very strong 23, to be honest. And I think that this side kind of shows you the depth that South Africa currently have, because there are so many players that can still come into the side, and yet it is an absolutely incredible pack and 23, really, in terms of the talent at the disposal of Jacques Nienaber and his side. So if we look at the starting lineup, it is Oxenchair, Bongi Mbonambi, and Frans Malherbe in the front row. Frans Malherbe coming back, didn't play too much because of injury last year, but is back in that tight head position. Eben Etzebeth, Lood de Jager are the lock combination, and then your loose trio is Siya who captains the side. Franco Moss, who takes up the number 7 jersey once again. No Peter Steph Toy this weekend. He is set to be cleared for next weekend, so we could see a return to the green and gold for the former World Player of the Year. And then Jasper Wiese is preferred at number 8. No Rain Firmino for the series. Quite a lot of players who are vying for that number 8 jersey. Jasper Wiese gets his opportunity this weekend. Now, if you look at this pack, I think the biggest thing that stands out are the amount of caps, because with the exception of Oxenchair, every single player, Oxenchair and Jasper Wiese, every single player in this pack has over 45 caps for the Springboks. So if we go through it, it's Oxenchair with 9 caps, Bongi Mbonambi has 48 caps. So if he wears next week, he will raise his bat for 50 caps. Frans Malherbe will be playing his 47th match. Eben Etzebeth will be playing his 98th match. Lood de Jager is 57th. Siya is 64th. Franco Moss is 52nd. And then Jasper Wiese his 12th. So especially in the tight 5, the experience is formidable. It's absolutely incredible. I think that's going to be a massive part of the Springboks game plan this weekend, is just in terms of leaning on that experience in what's going to be a pretty overwhelming occasion with all the fans back in the stadium. If we then look at the back line, Faf de Klerk does partner Elton Jantjies as the former sort of Lions halfback pairing, combined once again for this time for the Springboks. Maxwell Mapimpi, Ches and Colby are joined by Damien Willemse in that back 3, and then Damon De Allende will reignite his partnership with Lekanya in the midfield. A very exciting backline, and also something to be a little bit different maybe with Elton Jantjies slotting at 10. Andre Pollard only arrived with the squad on Sunday, and while Jacques Nienaber said that he was available and he could have played this weekend, he said that they have picked Elton for certain tactical reasons, which could be a little bit of an insight in terms of maybe the Boks doing a little bit of a different sort of tactical kicking game than we might have seen in the past. We'll be very interested to see how the Springboks look to play this year, as they do lean on their traditional strengths, whilst maybe trying to become a little bit more expansive than they were maybe a year ago, given the fact that they have had a lot more time together over sort of the past 12 months. The bench is equally impressive. It's Malcolm Mark, Stephen Kitsov, Vincent Koch, Salman Murat, Albert Lowe will both get their debuts should they come on later in the match. Then Hershey Yankees, Willie Leroux, Kwaka Smith. It is a 6-2 split, which Wayne Pivak said that the Wales were expecting. Kwaka Smith is the reason that you can go with that 6-2 split, because he can run around the back line if he wants to. As he mentioned in the press conference, he actually made his debut at the wing for the Lions. So a couple of very interesting selections across 23. Damien Willemse at 15 is one that I quite like. I understand that a lot of people are asking for the likes of Warwick Galanti an opportunity, or an Apelele Fassi, but Damien Willemse was set to get quite an extended run the 15 jersey last year, and an injury robbed him of his chance. He has been playing some pretty amazing rugby over the past especially the last 4 months, and they are trying to sort of bring him into that France Day mold, which means he needs to be capable of playing 15, 12, 10, covering multiple positions, and he will get an opportunity to run out at 15 this weekend. Willie Leroux is the sort of utility back, because he can play in the wing, can play at fullback, and was running at flower half during some of the training sessions. In terms of the team from Wales, this is how they will line up. In the front row, it is Gareth Thomas, Ryan Elias, and Dylan Lewis. They will be backed up by Will Rowlands and Adam Beard, who will both have to have some pretty big games, because this tight five is very inexperienced. I mean, if you're looking at Gareth Thomas, who's got 10 caps, Ryan Elias, 27 caps, Dylan Lewis, 38 caps, Will Rowlands, 18 caps, Adam Beard, 34 caps. So it's just not quite the same sort of settled tight five compared to the Springboks. Still quite a lot of experience across them. None of them completely new to the international scene. But, it is going to be very important, that tight five battle. And set piece wise, I think set piece battle is going to be absolutely immense, which is one of the reasons that Dan Lydiard has been included in the number 6 jersey. Immensely experienced, coming back from injury. Him and George North are returning to the side. And he'll be next to Tommy Reffel, who will be getting his first cap and appearance for Wales. The Leicester Tigers flanker has been in red hot form, not only this season, but even last season. It's actually touted as potential future Wales captain. He will make his debut next to the likes of Dan Lydiard and Talapo Faletau, who will be playing his 90th match for Wales this weekend. It's a decent pack. I do think the tight five lacks a little bit of firepower to really give the Boks a go. I think that the tight five are going to be on for a long day if the Springboks, especially the Springbok front row, do pitch up. But I think the loose forward battle will be very interesting. I think that Rowlands and Lydiard are going to have to do a lot of work at line time, as well as Adam Beard, in terms of trying to disrupt that Springbok line out, ensure they don't get clean ball and they can't get rolling mauls going. And then I think Faletau, on the back of a very impressive Premiership season, is going to be completely instrumental in anything that Wales do positively on the attack in terms of getting over the gain line. If we then look at the back line, Kieran Hardy gets an opportunity to earn the 12th cap, whilst Dan Biggar, who is already an international Centurion, will captain the side at number 10. Josh Adams, Louis Rees-Zammit, Liam Williams, the back three, and George North is back in the side for the first time since the Six Nations back in 2021. He'll play his 103rd international match next to the like of Nick Tompkins, who's coming off a sensational season at Saracens. And I think that if we look at the likes of Josh Adams, Louis Rees-Zammit, Liam Williams, all players who were out on tour last year for the British and Irish Lions, as well as Dan Biggar. And I think whilst Rees-Zammit didn't get an opportunity to play in the test, I think there's a sort of feeling that they would like to sort of really come out and prove a point, especially someone like Liam Williams, who especially if you watch the Two Sides documentary, was sort of singled out in terms of that pass he could have made, that could have scored a try, that could have won the series, and a lot of regret there. So he'll be one to come out here and try to prove a point and try and prove their worth in a Welsh shirt this time. If we look at the replacements, Dewey Lake, Rhys Kerr, and Thomas Francis. The immensely experienced Alan Jones in a very unfamiliar role for him, not captaining the side, coming off the bench to earn his 151st cap. Josh Davidi, a very exciting player. I think we probably will see him starting quite soon. He is going to be one of those sort of a bit of an ace up the sleeve for Wayne Pivak, because I think he is a player who can turn a game if he does turn it up. Thomas Williams, Gareth Anscombe, and Owen Watkin are the other backline replacements. Gareth Anscombe, I think, is a very talented player who we haven't always seen the Gareth Anscombe we see at domestic level, at international level. And I think if he can start translating some of the form he has shown within the URC, he can be a very exciting player. but can sometimes struggle to sort of take the next step up when it comes to putting on a Wales jersey. But if you look at the sides, two very good sides, and I think this Welsh backline is very exciting. The question is, will they get front football? Will their pack be able to, front up and allow their backline to flourish? Because it's a very exciting backline, who could definitely have a go at the Springboks. But it all comes down to that pack battle, which has been the conversation at the various press conferences from both sides or both camps leading into the match. Let me know what your score predictions are down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven, and I'll chat to you soon. We are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. The Springbok team is out. How is that? We're finally here, and it's been a very big build-up, a very big squad, for example, to pick from, and there's always going to be a very interesting to see what they went with. But yeah, Jacques Nienaber has named a squad, and it's a very interesting squad, and I personally quite like it. And I can understand basically every single selection. I don't think it's actually that hard to justify every selection. And I think the biggest thing that, for me, what jumps out about this team is utility, and versatility. And I think versatility has become one of the key traits to be involved in a Springbok squad. The ability to be able to be adaptable. Because we are looking at a team of players who can move around if need be, that can be rejigged, that understand the Springbok system, and a lot of experience. But there's also quite a few youngsters in and around that side, and I think it's a lot of the selections make a lot of sense to me. So yeah, we're gonna get into it. So we've got a poll going out, which is basically quite easy. Do you like the Springbok team? Yes or no? And we're gonna try and break down the entire team, and then we're gonna chat about it, and we're gonna see whether we agree, whether we don't agree with certain selections. Because, and I think the biggest issue always comes with this player's not there, and he could have been there, and this player should have been there. But this question then also becomes, who would have been there instead? Who are the other options? And who would they replace? It's very easy to sit there saying, why isn't everyone else there? And then you sit there saying, well, who would he replace? Why is he been selected ahead of him? And you can kind of understand the thinking. I think the team has got a very nice balance of giving a couple of players a chance, still be incredibly solid. I mean, that pack is disgustingly good, and I think the bench is actually pretty inexperienced, and I think that's quite exciting. And it's with the exception of the front row and Villiers, I think a lot of players. I mean, they're all, even Vincent Koch has got less than 20 caps for the Springboks, so they're not that many caps on the bench. But I think it's a very nice blend, and I think it's a team that should definitely do the job. But let's see what the comments say. Who's in the comments, by the way? Let me know where you're watching from. Let me know what you think of the team. Let me know if you're going to the game on Saturday. I want to know where you guys are all at regarding this. So I'm seeing that Louis in the chat. I'm seeing Leves in the chat. I saw David Herbert earlier. Han Rugby's in here. Alvin Lincoln's here. Justice Service here. Brian Suarez here. Grant Swartz is here. Philip Coetzee is here. Just Service here. Ultra Chart Shooters here. So yeah. So let's go through the team, shall we? Let's sort of break it down, shall we? And let's start with the front row. So Oxenchair, Bongi Manambi, France Moherba. Now maybe for me, probably the unluckiest player not to be playing, and I don't think it's a case of him being dropped, is Trevor Inyekani, because I thought that he had a defining season last year. I thought last year we saw the Trevor we've been waiting to see for years and years and years. And I think he's very unlucky not to be in this side. And I think, in many ways, I wonder if Dwayne Vermeulen was available, whether we would have seen Trevor at 3. And the reason I say that is because if you watch the Springbok system, Dwayne Vermeulen and France Moherba run the defensive structures, especially within the forwards. But on defense, you'll see they organize the defense, and they do it very, very well. I mean, this is one of the best defensive sides in the world. So without Dwayne Vermeulen, France Moherba will have a very important job in terms of this organization of the defense. And they talk about the fact that the Springboks all have like portfolios, and almost like every single player has a bit of like a portfolio sort of thing. So, for example, I think apparently Bongi Banambi is in charge of physicality. I love that. Good old top dog is in charge of physicality. So, I think Franco Masters, for example, takes charge of the lineouts. So every sort of player has got like a role that they do. And Malherbe and Redfern are very much involved in the defensive organizational sort of point of view. So I think that Frans Malherbe there is very important from that point of view. And then you sit there thinking, right, what do we lose with Trevor? What do we gain with Frans Malherbe? In terms of playing ability, I do think that scrummaging and open play right now, I think Trevor Nyakani is the better pick. I do. I thought that Trevor was absolutely sensational last year. You could also be playing him at loosehead. So, should he be maybe picked ahead of Oxen Chair, for example, or whatever. So I think that he's quite unlucky to miss out. Bongi Manambi starting, Malcolm Marks on the bench. I think it's a perfect combination. I think that we need to move away from the idea that just because Bongi's starting, that now means that Malcolm Marks is the reserve hooker. Because that's not the case. I think, we're very much moving towards the idea of starters and finishers. And I think that Malcolm Marks is a finisher because you need those steals, you need that ball carrying, you need that. He's probably one of the best, if not the best hooker in the world at the moment. So I think I love having it towards the end of the game because how often does he have that steal? Does he have that moment where he can win a penalty in a really good area and stuff like that? Bongi Manambi is incredibly solid at set piece time. He doesn't make mistakes early on, and he provides that nice platform, and he brings a lot of physicality early on. So I think that combination is, I love it, actually. I really do. Yeah, so I think that, the starting front row, you can't complain about it because it's a really good front row. You just do feel for Trevor because I think that he should be involved in that. I think we probably will see some rotation because I think that Trevor Nyakani definitely deserves to be in that 23. Evan Etzebeth, Lutiaga, what can we say? What more do we need to say? Between those two and Franco Mostert, and when he's fit Arceus name, but those two in particular, they are a class above the rest in terms of their lock capabilities. It's it's a really, really nice problem for the Springboks to have when they're sitting there going, we've got so many world-class locks, how do we fit them in? And I think that Lurt, for example, is the only one of the three who, for me, kind of works coming off the bench as a bit of a bomb squad impact player. Franco Master is one of those players who will play as well in the first minute he does in the 80th minute. So he's a world-class player. You want him in your 23, he has to be a starter. So, for example, if they were just doing the locks, I would go Franco Master, Evan Etzebeth, Lurt Diago coming in the second half. Because I feel like Evan Etzebeth, Lurt Diago are players who can empty the tank and then you replace them. Whereas Franco Master just keeps going all the time, will make all the tackles, or he's got that sort of fitness and stuff. The loose trio is interesting. Now, first of all, we knew Siya Kalish was going to be at 6. Why wouldn't he be? He's the Springbok captain. So I don't know why. I don't think anyone's surprised about that. And if you are, I can't help you because I just don't think you're particularly bright. But I can very much understand Franco Master at 7. Now, please remember that Jasper Wiese is not a line-out option. He's not a line-out option. So if you were to play, for example, Marcel Coetzee at 7, or Siya Kalish at 7, Marcel Coetzee at 6, we'd only have 2 line-out options. You got to think about that as well. Franco Master last year, when Peter Steph Toy got injured, put on the number 7 jersey and was phenomenal. Franco Master was probably one of the top 5 best players for Springboks last year. So, it's... First of all, they want to stick with him. They want to stick with somebody who's been... because you don't want to drop players who have been really good for the box for the sake of it, And it's just like Jasper Wiese. They backed Jasper Wiese last year. He went away, and he had an absolutely phenomenal season for the Premiership. An even better season in many ways than last year, which they got to a state Springboks because he was playing too well. And we only played about 12 last year, and he played 11 of them. So again, they're rewarding the system, and that doesn't mean that people won't get an opportunity. But you've got Oxenshay's got 9 caps, and Jasper Wiese's got 11 caps. Everybody else has over 40 caps. Bongi Manambi, 48 caps. Frans Maheba, 46 caps. Evan Etzebeth, 97 caps. Lou Diaga, 56 caps. Sia Khaleesi, 63 caps. Franco Mostert, 51 caps. So it's an incredibly experienced front row. And I think that's probably one of the main reasons that they put that front row together, is that they're very settled, they know each other, and they're going to start off very well. So yeah, I'm looking at. Let's see some of the comments about the pack itself. Sorry, there's so many comments, people. I'm not gonna be able to read them all. But Grant Swat says there are a lot better scrummages there's no better scrummager in the world than the double door fridge. Does not go backwards. Talking about Frans Mahurba. Louis says Oxen Kitsi is the best loose heads we have. Just says Franco replacement lock and take me right away. Marcel at 7. We'll talk about the bench a little bit. Luis says, I really thought Marcel would be a better fit for 7 compared to Marcel, but I understand the exclusion. Well, I think that for me, like the line-out option for me is a big thing. You've got your line-out general in Franco Mostert. And given the fact that we are so set-piece dominant, for example, you've got Loet Diaga, Franco Mostert as an incredible line-out option, and Evan Etzebeth as well. The Springboks should not lose a line on Saturday. They've got no excuse to lose a line tomorrow on Saturday because they've got so many options, and you have to have that third line option. So if you are going to not have Franco Mostert at 7, you need to have a line option at 8. And that would then mean probably an Ulrich Lowe, for example. And then you're starting Ulrich Lowe on debut as a third line option next to Marcel Coetzee, who hasn't played for the Boks for quite a long time. Not that I think it's going to be bad, but it's just, it takes a while to get back into the system and stuff like that. There's an element of risk to that. There's absolutely no risk in that starting pack, for example. So I can completely understand putting Franco at 7. I would put Franco. In fact, I actually had a prediction. I'll tell you what. I had a predicted 23 that I wrote down. We were discussing it, and the only players that I got wrong is that I thought they might rush Pollard back into 10. And I thought that they would go Trevor ahead of Frans Malherbe. But on reflection, I completely understand the Malherbe selection. So those were the only 2 that I actually predicted wrong. From a 23 perspective, I did see Willemse on the bench and Leroux starting. But let's look at the back line, and again, it's a very, very. I mean, it's a basically our starting back line with Willemse getting a shot at 15 and Alton Yankees at 10. Alton Yankees had to play 10 because Andre Pollard was in France on Saturday night. Would have only arrived, even if he has arrived, Monday, Tuesday, maybe Sunday, and would have had next to no time with the Boks. And I do think that he's obviously played so many games that it wouldn't have been a massive issue to have started him on the back of all that. But it's a safer option for me. You're playing a player who's been in camp for the last 2-3 weeks, or 2 weeks basically when they've been in camp. I think they've been about 3 weeks. And let's be honest here as well. From a form point of view, there's not much difference between Andre Pollard and Alton Yankees. When Alton played last year, I thought he looked like a very different player to what he was a couple of years ago. I think he has toned down a little bit of the flair and is a bit more solid and a bit more restrained in many ways. And if we're being brutally honest, Andre Pollard has not been in phenomenal form. So I don't think there's a hell of a lot between them anyway, in which case start the player who's been around. So no issues with him starting. 45th cap, so I mean, one of the most experienced players. Maximum Pimpi, Ches and Colby. Good to see Ches and Colby back. Damien Delinde, Lacagna. You're not going to choose. And I think Damien Willemse is somebody who was going to get a lot more opportunities last year at 15 before he got injured. And it's very easy to sit there saying you shouldn't be playing at full back. You should be playing at 12, but that would then mean dropping Damien Delinde. You're not gonna drop Damien Delinde. So, I mean, Damien Willemse has been groomed to be that sort of 23, that versatile player all the time. So, I don't think that. I think it's a nice opportunity. I think that he's got so much confidence in the moment, Damien Willemse. I really enjoy the fact that they have backed him. And that they have given him a go at 15, because I think that we do need to look at our options. Obviously, I would like to see Warwick Gallant in the mix, but again, the Springbok management reward players they trust. So Damien Willemse has been part of the box setup 2019, was part of the box last year. He's been part of the setup, and they're going to say, we're going to give you a chance before Kalantu's come back into the setup. No one has been rushed back into the starting lineup based on purely on form. They are sticking to their structures, and that's what the Springbok management does. And whether you like it or not, that's the reality. That's how they work. You know, they reward players who are part of the system, and they're loyal to their players. You know, they don't pick a player just to fill a spot. They pick a player with a plan, and they sit there saying, "This is where you stand. This is and we will back you. And if they're having opportunities, they will get their opportunities before other people get the opportunities, which I think is right." So yeah, what are we saying about the back line? Vic was saying earlier, I'm not mad at the forward pack. Andrew Doomy says I would give Buddha Chamberlain a go. In place of Visa, I would have put Alric or Kwaka, says Louis. In terms of the back line, Ricardo says I would have started Warwick Lantern, dropped Billy LaRue with Williams on the bench, utility back. Vic says I don't see Villy being left out. I didn't see the Villy being left out of the starting lineup, neither did I. Mr. O says what finally happened. Villy dropped for the bench. Praise the sun. Williams should have started on the end of the tour at fullback if he didn't get injured, so it makes sense 100%. I think that's important as well. The fact that there was a plan for him to play, he didn't get to play, so this is almost a catch up a little bit. And I quite like the concept, the thought of him at 15. Obviously he hasn't playing better at 12, but there's no space at 12, and if he's going to be that versatile player, for example, that number 23 who can be a bit of a France stain, he needs to play at fullback for a bit. So yeah, I think that I'm not mad at him at 15 at all. Keenan says, great team. I just don't rate Jasper Wiese, but I hope he proves me wrong. Coming off a great season. Yeah, I think I'm hoping. I've got my reservations about Jasper Wiese. But again, you know, he's played well. He's kept. He's making sure that he's part of the selection in terms of his performances for his club. So you can't ask him to do any more. He just needs to now translate that. And we saw a man of the match performance from him last year against Argentina. Let's see another one from him this year. Andres says, Stephen, I think Fassi is not in the mix. Yeah, I just don't think Fassi's as close to the box setup as we think he is. If Fassi plays ahead of Mapimpi. I mean, they don't see him as a fullback. I don't see him as a fullback option for the Springboks, to be perfectly honest. Remembering that fullback plays as a bit of a second playmaker. Less so when Alton is playing because he's more of a playmaker than Andre Pollard is. But so Damien Willemse, who was a fly half, played a bit of fullback. Remembering that when Warwick Lampt was injured, Damien Willemse was playing pretty well at fullback as well. It was at 12 where he really shined, but he's playing with so much confidence at the moment that I think we could put him anywhere. And I don't think Fassi's that close to the start to the setup at the moment. As I said, if Mapimpi got injured, that would be interesting because then I think we could then potentially see Fassi at 11. I think he is the second choice potentially. So yeah. So no Geland. I'm hoping he will get a chance in that third test. Johan says, do you think we should have included Johan Janssen van Rensburg in the squad? I haven't seen him play that much this season, to be honest. But I'm quite happy with the squad. I've got no real issues with the squad. Rugby says, I definitely pick Yankee to Apollo based on recent test form for sure. Karen says, the best in appearing in the world. I thought Alton so Alton's entire case was thrown out, basically. He's going to pay, I think it was a damaged light bulb or something like that, with whatever the incident was. So he's paying the damages and there's no charge or whatever against him. So he's completely free to play. Vic saying, if you win the first two games, I think Geland will get a chance in the third test. I agree. We all players we trust, but you can't say if you trust or not trust a guy before you give him a chance. 100%, but you also can't give other people a chance before the people that you've been promising a chance, for example. Keenan says Herschel isn't the player he used to be. I think Herschel's in for a bit of a defining season. I think if he doesn't step up and he doesn't start putting in the performances that got him into that Springbok World Cup winning squad, I think he is at a risk of losing his place. You know, I think he's quite lucky that Kobus Rednock is currently injured and that there isn't a lot of experience at scrum off, but I do think he's under a bit of pressure. I do think we need to see a better Herschel Yankees than what we saw last year. Lucius Galant is the best back in SA at the moment. He should start. And again, to have Galant starting and Willem on the bench is like a 70-80 test match swing in terms of caps, because Willie Leroux's got 72 caps. So we're talking about a player who can come on and provide the experience. And I know that Willie Leroux is not been playing phenomenal rugby lately. But I think that whether we like it or not, the Springbok management really trust him. And there's a whole thing during they were chasing the sun and stuff like that about how important he is to the team and how, he makes this team tick. So first test, for example, you've got to have him around. You've got to have that experience to be able to call on. And if you can get through the first two tests and you win them, and then you can say, right, so we can't lose the series. Let's see what Galant can do, and we can leave out William. We can, it's not necessarily dropping him, but we can rest him and see what they what they can offer and stuff like that. What are some of the other comments? There's so many comments coming through. So sorry, people. If there's something you really want to say, you can send a super chat, which means it'll be flat and I'll make sure I don't miss it. But there is a lot to go through here. But yeah, 250 people watching. Please do smash a like on the video. We're gonna have the announcement press conference coming up later, which will obviously explain all the selections. So at the moment, I'm just spitballing about what we think Jacques Nielba's thinking is, but he'll be able to tell us exactly what his thinking is. So that'll be up a little bit later. So Camus can absolutely not see how Ruiz can get rewarded with so many URC wars and select low over him. I can actually understand the low selection. We're going to talk about the bench, then we'll talk about the entire 23, shall we? Douglas says, great to have Chesney back this year, but a bit of a drop-off when Corsi played last year. What if Alston gets injured, who kicks for poles? And that is a bit of an issue. And that, you're looking at Faf de Klerk, for example, can kick for poles. Colby, if he had to, could kick for poles. Obviously, Willems has kicked for poles as well. So there are a couple of secondary options. I think that Alton Yankees right now, the plan would be to play him 80 minutes, unless we manage to extend the lead, which wouldn't matter if he wasn't goal kicking, because he's the only primary goal kicker we have. But if you look at the bench, Malcolm Mark, Stephen Kitzer, Vincent Koch, it's class. Sal Murat ahead of Ruan Lockyer is there because he was part of there last year. He has been in the Springbok plans longer than Ruan Lockyer has. Same with Ulrich Lowe. I think they're looking at Ulrich Lowe as, Ulrich Lowe can play at 7, he can play at 8. He's a line-out option. He's got very good soft skills. He's a very solid defender. I think for me, he ticks more boxes than Ruiz does. If we have to be very, very honest, if there's a checkbox approach and you're sitting there saying, what does he do? What can he do? I do think that Ulrich Lowe offers more than Ruiz. That doesn't mean he's better than Ruiz, but he offers more in terms of the various, as I said, so he can play at 7. He can play at 8. It's a good line option. And I think that they look at him, and again, that versatility, is very, very important to the Springboks. And again, we can't freak out about this, guys. This is the first Springbok 23 of the year. Evan Ruiz will get his chance. He will be a Springbok. We know that he will be a Springbok. I think that Ulrich Lowe in a year's time could be a better choice than Mostert at 7, and you put Mostert at lock. But they don't want to throw him out there in the first in his first test on debut, in this sort of situation. Lots of people talking about Marcel Coetzee at 7. Depending on who's at 8, if Dwayne Vermeulen's at 8, I can have Marcel Coetzee at 7. But if it's Jasper Wiese at 8, I do think Ulrich Lowe is a better option than Marcel Coetzee at 7 because he's a line-out option. Marcel Coetzee is not really a line-out option. Jasper Wiese is not really a line-out option. Kwagga Smith is not a line-out option at 8. When Dwayne Vermeulen plays, he is a line-out option. And all of a sudden, you got your 3 line-out options there. It's even better when Peter Steph du Toit plays at 7. You've got 4 line-out options because, how cool is that? But you've got to have more than just 2 line-out options. That's very important. Kwagga Smith, I'm so glad to see there's no more Quacker Smith hate. That last year we realized that actually he brings something very different and we are in for it. Because as a Lions fan, we've seen how, yes, he's not the biggest player, but he adds such a whole, like a new dimension to the team that, and everybody's saying, oh, but Test rugby is a whole different thing. You've got to be bigger and stronger, etc., etc. And then he was man of the match in the Barbarians game against the All Blacks. And I think that was a bit of a defining moment. People sit there thinking, actually, he can actually do a job. And last year we saw exactly what Quacker Smith brings. Somebody who's quite quick around the park, very good at the breakdown, very good skill set. And again, with that 6-2 split, we can release him in the backline if we had to. He's a sevens player, he's got very good ball skills. He could very easily play on the wing if worse comes to worse. So I think that he's the perfect sort of player to have in that 6-2 split sort of vibes. But yeah, so Louis says the third test we'll play our SA team if we win there. Carl says I'm a bit worried about Yankees because he's not so good. I'm not sure which one you're referring to. When is the press conference actually happening right now? I probably just finished up there, so we've got a team there. Ace, I'm curious too who goes to the polls if Yankees is injured. It'll be interesting to see actually where they go. Willemse, where they go Faf de Klerk, where they go Colby. You probably find Lekanya can do it. You can do anything on him. Jean says Willemse at 12, Colby at 14, Orange at 11, Kalanta 15 is my wet dream. Just flair, and more flair. Did Alton play after the November tests? He was playing in Japan, then he got injured. And I'm not actually sure if he managed to get back to Japan to play a game or two afterwards. So I'm not entirely sure how much he's played because he was injured, but he has been with the squad for the last couple of weeks. Heineken Cup draw is on today. Yeah, it is in fact. In fact, it's on at the moment. So we'll have a video up for that later. But Vic says Ruiz needs a fast game. No, doesn't tick the box that says awards. Yeah, but I don't care about awards, to be honest. I mean, yeah, Evan Ruiz had an absolutely storming season, 100%. But even Dwayne Vermeulen said, look at how he plays. Evan Ruiz plays often. He often finds himself playing on the shoulder of the fly half, sometimes in the centers, and he often sort of plays in and around the backs. Whereas, for example, Dwayne Vermeulen says that he plays with the forwards, and I think that's quite an interesting observation. Because I think it is quite an interesting difference that Evan Ruiz, maybe one of the reasons that we see so much of him is he does get so much opportunity to run with open space, and he suits the Stormers style because it's a very quick, fast-paced game, lots of offloads, lots of opportunities to run. The Boks aren't exactly like that, so I do think that Albert Lowe fits into the Springboks system better than Evan Ruiz does. And that doesn't mean that Evan Ruiz will not be able to fit into the system or we won't get a chance, but right now it's easier to go with Albert Lowe. Summer says, Wales at home the year before World Cup. Ruiz should get a chance in the series. Will Boks play like Stormers? No, they won't. What happens when Peter Steph Toy comes back? For me, when Peter Steph Toy comes back, I will drop Diago onto the bench to 19 where Murat is, and I would put Peter Steph Toy at 7, Mostert at 5. That's what I would do. And I would probably look at replacing... And again, you can then say, right, chaps, empty your tank. And if Etzebeth is spent, he can be replaced by Diago. If PSF the Toy is spent, he can be replaced by Lewis, and Franco can go to 7. If Franco Mostert is having a bad game, then it's a straight swap. That's what I would do. Just because I think that Franco Mostert doesn't really work as a bench player. It doesn't bring the same impact that a Lewis Diago can. Kiwi says, I've always loved Kwaka. He is so dynamic, 100%. Lewis says, Kwaka just needs to be shaped a bit more because Holy Damn, he put so much effort in, but did cause a lot of penalties last year. Yeah, but I think it's a bit like Dion Ferree, who I think conceded the most penalties in the competition. So it kind of comes with the territory in terms of if you are going to be the person that's jackling and having a go at the ball, you kind of put yourself in the firing line. Josh says Trevor out of squad because he's coming back from France. No, he's been around, so they just decided not to pick him. You're going to do Maori All Blacks versus Ireland tomorrow? Probably not. I don't think it works out with all the various other things that we have to do. We will do it for next week. I'm going to try and make sure we are. It's just been a bit difficult for this week. I'm just having a bit of a bad week. So Eric says, great squad, champions. Good evening, Morris. Hope you're well. Daniel says, happy to see Chisholm back in the Bok jersey. Edsmith Nokia is my dream lock combo, says Johan. So MC says, SA lacks a good 10. Sadly, we got okay 10s, but not world class. We didn't call on Markov and Staden. You're going to do championship team versus Italy SA on Saturday. I'm pretty sure that game is like directly after the Springbok game, which makes it quite difficult because we've got a player rating show to do on Saturday. So if it doesn't overlap, then I will try and do it, but it all comes down to the timing and stuff. Arceus Neyman is actually in camp. He's not part of the squad, but he's actually in camp because I was there yesterday and he walked past me. So it looks like he's doing his rehab and stuff like that with the Springboks, which is quite a good quite a boost for us. But obviously, yeah, still not 100% fit. Obviously, it's not a bad team. Goosen's world class. I made a paper. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? Lance should have had Kalant Willems on bench and Billy out. Stage load shedding 6. Yeah, no, listen. So we are hopefully going to make sure we've got our contingency ready for this weekend. We will make sure that we've got a generator or inverter and stuff like that, depending on what we can afford. It's actually making me emotional, this whole flipping load shedding thing, because it's so expensive to have all these different backups. Because it's so much more than just a computer backup. It's the DSTV needs to make sure it runs. You know, the internet needs to make sure it's running. The PC has to be running, and we can't afford to go down. So we are looking at sorting all that out. So thank you very much to everybody who has become a member, for example, and stuff like that. That's all going towards our bloody ESCOM contingencies. So hopefully we will have that all ready for this weekend. Obviously, wonder how Young's going to do. Man's got a lot to prove. Billy at 15, the experience. Grant, I think so. Tuesday, I think Dion Ferry was included instead of ESCOM. Yeah, fair. I mean, similar sort of play, I suppose. We an ask which type of fly half. Can Alton do 1880? Yeah, I don't see why not. I don't see why you can't do it at all. In fact, my press conference team have just arrived, so we'll be able to get that up quite soon. It says if Visa doesn't perform, will Casilla take a spot? And if Herschel doesn't perform, is Williams a Hendrick's replacement? Yeah, I think that's quite interesting because I think that Hendricks is more naturally talented, but Williams is in better form. I think Hendricks suits the box more, but Grant Williams is a really exciting player. And I'm hoping that a lot of time in the box will help him bring that sort of all-round game so that he's a bit more than just an off-the-cup type scrum half. He can bring in a really good kicking game and a good game management. I do think that Jaden Hendricks on paper and in terms of like his talent has got more, but it's not playing particularly well at the moment. Who's number 21? So it's actually... So Albert Low, I think it's actually 20 and Kwaka Smith's 21, I think officially. So I think that the numbering could be a bit wrong there. But yeah, it's Albert Low at in there on the bench. Will Khaleesi actually play at blindside? So the interesting thing is that the box was saying, I think they said last year, I think it was Kwaka Smith actually in the press conference, was basically saying the number on their back doesn't actually affect what they do. It's more like, these are the roles that you guys have to do. You're going to do this role. You're going to do that role. You're going to do this role. And, yeah. So, I don't think it's as easy as saying he's at the blind side, he's on the open side, because they've all got different roles. For example, usually often your eighth man jumps in the line out. Yes, Visa's not going to jump. Franco Master is. Those sort of situations. Double says, I wouldn't mind seeing Alstat playing the third tier. Not see much of him. Curious how he fares. Yeah, I mean, that's something that nobody's mentioned. And I don't know why, because he hasn't lit everybody's fire when he's played for the Springboks, but he's had a very good season in the top 14. Peanut from Vegas has not had pace and a killer pass as well. Just a match winner. Watch Real Rugby YouTube channel. Devon says, Quirson needs to play like Nas so he can finish the game with his kit still clean and no injuries. Bro, Brady says, surprise Villiers over Pollard on the bench. Pollard now covers center as well. Colby can cover full back. Interesting concept, you know. I mean, is Pollard now the new utility back? Dun, dun, dun. I actually never really thought about that, but it could work, you know. As you say, you do have Colby who covers... I mean, if you had Willems at 15, for example, he covers 12, 15, 10, and probably the wing as well. Pollard covers 10 and 12. Colby covers for 15 as well. Interesting idea. Vic says Hendricks has a better box kick than Williams, which the Boks prefer, 100%. Randolph says Nosbutter was a match winner, not pretty but effective. Greg says I don't get the hype by Jaden Hendricks. I watched him at junior levels, and he was just a different class, and like SA under 20 levels. I don't think he's been able to completely translate to the professional level. He was playing very well at the Sharks last year, in that build up towards the British and Irish Lions series. But he's been a very frustrating player because he hasn't quite kicked on yet. Albie says number confused me. Smith to cover 10 seems reasonable. Yeah, well, I mean it's 6-2 split, so that's the big thing there. And I think Wakapura, you could play at fly half. Back him. Peanut says we lost against Australia last year because they gave us the white channel. We didn't use it. Need to add that to the string of the bow. 100%. Cheers and Lions are Pool B of the Challenge Cup. It's cool to see. I'm actually going to cover all that. Who's going to cover the wings? Well, in this team, Billy LaRue obviously plays in the wing, and Nakanya can play in the wing as well. So he says Colby covers 10. Joshua Peter says unless Yankees plays really well, can't see Pollard not starting. Well, he's the incumbent fly half, but yeah, but he does need to start playing better. Does Pollard? We need a better season than we saw last year. He says looking forward to seeing what Billy's going to bring. Colby can play any backline actually. Wouldn't Kaland be a better 23? Problem with Kaland is that he's more sort of 15-14. We haven't really seen him at center, which obviously Damian Williams does. I think Damian Williams is the natural 23. Hansi says, I like the prospect of seeing Villiers at 10. Hope he gets it right. He used to do that often for WK. Many all 15s come number 10s, like Lark and Barrett. Just maybe a problem. Yeah. I don't think we will see Villiers at 10. I mean, basically, Dion Davis basically said the only reason he was running at 10 is because they didn't have 10s in the squad. And then he had somebody to run at 10 for training wise. Obviously, in theory, any backline player can cover a whole backline emergency. Lions have stud Francais and Worcester for Challenge Cup. Come on! Stud Francais, you've got no idea what's coming for you, chaps. You have got no idea. A little Sarah from Johannesburg is going to come and F you up. Worcester, start preparing for that L now. Take a massive L. The Lions are coming. Chaps, we're winning the Challenge Cup. I think that's the reality, is that we are going to be winning the Challenge Cup. The Lions will be lifting the Challenge Cup next season along with the URC. We're moving it, chaps. We're moving. Andy says it's a team to win the first test, no messing. Pollard joining Leicester Tigers next season, guarantee he'll be back in his best time for the World Cup. I hope so. Matthew says let's get Curran in his fly half back up. It's not. When our tickets being sold for the Sevens World Cup in Cape Town, they're already on sale. In fact, accreditation's just opened up. I might apply for that. Where is Esterhazy much better than First of all, he's not. Second of all, he's not in the same position. So yes, Esterhazy will be playing ahead of Damien De Lendi because, as you can see, is at 13 and Esterhazy plays at 12. Pilot Jones says, I think they will keep Yankees at 10 because he does the goal kicking. Billy will come on for Damien De Lendi and Willems will fill in at 12. That's what I would like to see, to be honest. Jan says, but we must try to use the backline a bit more as it uppers the intensity and tempo of the game, and we can score more tries if we use it more. Lance says Willems will go 10 if anything happens to Alston, then Billy on 15, 100%. Cheetahs win Challenge Cup. Hate to break that to you. Nah. I mean, if they get to the final, then at least they get a final against the Lions Johannesburg. We're taking it though. This is not an opinion. This is just facts. This is go put your money on it. I'm telling you now. Next year, June, Lions are going to be winning the Challenge Cup. Just Wonder where's Pollard, Calant. So Pollard, Pollard, I said he was in still in France on the weekend, so he's barely been in the squad. So yeah, unless Alton has an absolute sensational game, I do expect Pollard to be back next weekend. If he's a 6-2 split for Wales, not necessary. Enough physicality already. Should have given Kalanta instead with Williams utility. Well, to be fair, the 6-2 split's allowing us to give 2 players debuts. So in that perspective, I quite like it. Wilbur says, would love to see Williams get some time at 12. Pumas won Curry Cup. Your opinion? I think it's fantastic for them. I really, really like the fact that the Curry Cup final and the Pumas winning for the first time. Good for Jimmy Stonehouse as well. He's really deserves something like that. Medic says Zebra are going to win the Challenge Cup, guys. Yeah, not a chance. Again, we'll probably beat them in the final. 6-2 split is great, but let's use... Go away, Twitter. Let's use a 5-3 split and get some of the backline possible more options. So, yeah, what are your score predictions this weekend? We're going to start wrapping up so I can get onto the press conference and get all that stuff sorted. So let me know if you have any score predictions, stuff like that. But we're pretty much going to wrap up now. So, yeah, I asked earlier if you're happy with the team, and scrolling up to try and find it, I think 70... Where is it going? 74% of the 270 people who voted have said they do like the Springbok team. I do like the Springbok team as well. So I think that it's a very good team. I think it's a very nicely balanced team. I think it's got some debutants in line, which is cool. And I do think that it's got everything we need to beat Wales. Johan's saying Springboks to win by 15. Pinoff and Vake saying 37-12. Louis saying 34-25 for SA. So MC's going 27-14 to SA. Hanley's going Wales 21, South Africa 18. You can't be predicting a loss, Hanley. That's not the negativity I like to see. Grant Swart's going box by 10. Matthew Dixon going 26-10. SA over Wales. Hansy's going box to win by 20. Alpha Linger going 34-13 to the box. Well, there we go, people. Please do smash like on the video. We are like 30 people away from 12,000 subscribers. In fact, we're less than 30 people away. We're 26 people away from 12,000 subscribers. So please do subscribe, and we can try and get past that 12,000 mark before this weekend. We will have the press conference up within the next hour, so stay tuned for that, where Jacques Ninabar will be able to answer some of the questions you were asking me here. And we will see you guys tomorrow. And lots of interviews coming as well. There's also a really, really cool press conference with Ryan Elias. He's coming out tomorrow morning. Really cool, actually. I really enjoy what he had to say. I've really enjoyed the Welsh atmosphere. I've actually really started to like this Welsh side. It was a really cool press conference with Stephen Jones. If you haven't seen it, go and check it out. Very upbeat. He was very much optimistic about it. He was just saying it's going to be so fantastic to play against such a good team. Within Loftus, he was like, the fans are going to be brilliant. And I think this Welsh side is buzzing to be here. And I think that's so cool that they understand that this is a big ask, but they're backing themselves. And they're saying, we understand we're not expected to win, but we're going to come and have a go. But we're basically just happy to be here, which is really cool. So go and check those out, and we'll have some more Springbok stuff up very soon. Also, please do go and subscribe to Forever Rugby. We are getting that channel going once again. So you can go and subscribe to it as well. And we'll have a couple of clips and stuff up. And then, yeah, we'll be live again tomorrow. We'll be live again on Thursday. Hopefully have a fan forum on Thursday night is the plan. And then Friday, it will be the Sia Khaleesi Zondila Stick Show, I'm hoping, followed by a live show. And then Saturday, we've got big plans for the build-up. Big plans for the build-up. We're going to be going live probably from about 3 o'clock, potentially 2 hours before, with some pre-packaged stuff. I've got some really cool ideas. It's going to be really, really fun. So really looking forward to that this weekend. Please do keep safe. Smash like on the video. Do subscribe to the channel, and I'll chat to you guys all very, very soon. Hello everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. For today's guide on how to watch the South Africa versus Wales, and in fact the entire sort of international season. As you guys know that at this stage, for example, for South Africa versus Wales, the entire series is being shown behind a paywall, which means that unfortunately there's no free-to-air broadcast that is showing the service. However, we have done the research and we have found the cheapest, most cost-efficient way for you to watch all the international rugby you need to over the next sort of month. We've got so many games coming up, and it's actually just going to be absolutely terrific. Yeah, but the biggest thing is that you're going to need a VPN depending on where you are in the world, because the cheapest way to watch, and it'll obviously change depending on where you are. But for example, in the UK, it's being shown on Sky Sports, the South Africa versus Wales series. In South Africa, it's being shown on on SuperSport, which is on DSTV, and you need a premium package, which is about R1,000 a month. So we are recommending watching it on Flow Rugby. And the big thing about Flow Rugby is that you can, first of all, go on a month-to-month basis, and that it's got everything. It's got everything that you need. Yeah, we recommend getting Flow Rugby, and ExpressVPN is the VPN we recommend using, because Flow Rugby is only available in the United States. But if we look, for example, at their schedule, this is the sort of rugby that you can expect to be able to watch in the coming days. So, for example, immediately tomorrow, they've got the Maori All Blacks taking on Ireland. And as you see over here, it says unavailable in your area, and that is why you need a VPN, because I'm currently in South Africa. So if you do download ExpressVPN and you install it, we've got a special offer down in the comments below. They are giving Forever Sports audience an extra 3 months free if you sign up for a yearly package. And we do videos every week in terms of how to watch rugby on free-to-air channels. So if you go and get yourself a year subscription to ExpressVPN, we will then show you the most cost-efficient way every week to watch rugby. And that includes URC, that includes the end of year tour, for example, the autumn series, which is being shown on Amazon Prime, which is really, really cheap, as well as other competitions, stuff like that. The Rugby Championship will show you guys how to watch that. Certain ones are sometimes shown on like Australian free-to-air broadcast, in which case you'll be able to watch a Springbok game for free. But you do need ExpressVPN, because unfortunately, especially like if you're in South Africa, you know, it's very, very rare that we see international rugby being shown live on free-to-air broadcasters. So if you get Flow Rugby, and it is $30 a month, but you can only do it on a month-to-month basis, for example. So if you get $30, if you were to buy a subscription right now, that would last you for the entire month. You'd be able to watch All Blacks versus Ireland. You'd be able to watch, you know, second-tier nations like Germany versus Georgia, Spain versus Poland. But maybe the big ones that people are looking out for are the likes of over here, where we've got on the Saturday second, we've got French Barbarian second on the USA, for example, Japan versus France. We've got a lot of women's rugby at the moment. Then we've got Spain versus Italy. We've got France taking on Georgia. Then the big ones are sort of over here, which is Australia versus England, South Africa versus Wales, New Zealand versus All Blacks. And that is all being shown on Flow Rugby, as well as Argentina versus Scotland on Sunday. And again, same thing next weekend, Japan versus France, New Zealand versus All Blacks. So all the major tour test series that are currently happening, which is Japan versus France, New Zealand versus All Blacks, Australia versus England, South Africa versus Wales, and Argentina versus Scotland. The entire sort of summer or winter series, depending on where you are, the incoming tours, outgoing tours are all being shown on Flow Rugby. So get yourself ExpressVPN, get yourself Flow Rugby subscription. It is the cheapest and most efficient way of watching rugby legally. Because, you know, there's a problem with the legal streams that they're very unreliable. They go down. So in my opinion, and what I've always done in the past, is just pay a little bit and make sure that you are guaranteed to watch the rugby. And that's the thing. The last thing you want to do is sitting there, you know, the national anthems are on, your stream is buffering, it's not quite working. So do yourself a favor, get ExpressVPN, get Flow Rugby, watch the entire international season. Come watch it live with us. We will be live for all the various games. This weekend we're going to be doing New Zealand versus All Blacks, New Zealand versus All Blacks versus Ireland. We're going to be doing Australia versus England. We will be doing South Africa versus Wales. So we'll be covering a lot of rugby in the next couple of weeks. It's going to be a lot of fun as we get the international season go. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. All the links that you need for Flow Rugby, for ExpressVPN, etc., are in the description. So get yourself sorted, get yourself ready, and let's have a phenomenal international season. My name is Stephen. Thank you very much for watching. I'll chat to you soon.
I think it's all both of us.
Right, and we are hopefully live. I'm waiting to get confirmation that we are live. I think we're live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is a Thursday night and international season, which means you know what it means. It is fan form tonight. And unfortunately, Eskom has decided that what could have been a four-person panel, even a six-person panel, you never know, will have to be a two-person panel tonight, because unfortunately load shedding is wreaking havoc on South Africa. However, the good news is we do have contingencies lined up for this weekend, so we will be live on Saturday for hopefully the Ireland versus New Zealand game, hopefully the England versus Australia game, and definitely the Springboks versus Wales game. So we'll be doing a lot of live stuff this weekend, so don't need to worry about that. But yeah, so unfortunately, also will be a bit of a shorter show. These fan forums usually run for sort of an hour, but with loading and changing stuff like that, we're going to have to bring it down a little bit. But I'm not alone. As I said, it is a two-person panel, so we do have you need for Flow Rugby, for ExpressVPN, etc., are in the description. So get yourself sorted, get yourself ready, and let's have a phenomenal interview for when the game does. Watch it live with us. We will be live for all the various games. This weekend we're going to be doing New Zealand versus All Blacks, New Zealand versus All Blacks versus Ireland. We're going to be doing Australia versus England. We will be doing South Africa versus Wales. So we'll be covering a lot of rugby in the next couple of weeks. It's going to be a lot of fun as we get the international season go. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. All the links that you need for Flow Rugby, for ExpressVPN, etc., are in the description. So get yourself sorted, get yourself ready, and let's have a phenomenal international season. My name is Stephen. Thank you very much for watching. I'll chat to you soon.
I think it's both of us.
Right, and we are hopefully live. I'm waiting to get confirmation that we are live. I think we're live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is a Thursday night and international season, which means you know what it means. It is fan forum tonight. And unfortunately, Eskom has decided that what could have been a four-person panel, even a six-person panel, you never know, will have to be a two-person panel tonight because, unfortunately, load shedding is wreaking havoc on South Africa. However, the good news is we do have contingencies lined up for this weekend, so we will be live on Saturday for hopefully the Ireland versus New Zealand game, hopefully the England versus Australia game, and definitely the Springboks versus Wales game. So we'll be doing a lot of live stuff this weekend, so don't need to worry about that. But yeah, so unfortunately, also will be a bit of a shorter show. These fan forums usually run for sort of an hour, but with loading and changing stuff like that, we're going to have to bring it down a little bit. But I'm not alone. As I said, it is a two-person panel. So we do have Cal, who is hailing from the probably warmer UK these days than usually the cold UK. I think it's about 3 degrees outside where I am. Probably a bit warmer where you are.
It's 17 now. It was about 20 today, so nice day.
I'll tell you, practically a heat wave rolling in over there.
It's been really weird though. Like the weather's been so erratic in the last 2 months. It's meant to be a lot warmer than it is right now, which is strange. But
well, I have a 7 o'clock tee off tomorrow on the golf course, and it's forecast to be 0 when I tee off. So I don't know why I'm doing this to myself.
Frosty.
But yeah, no, look, I mean, it's at least with that sort of temperatures, there's an excuse for when the game doesn't go but well. But yeah, so to everybody watching, jump in the comments. Let me know where you're watching from. We've got a poll that's running. That is, we are asking you, what are your score predictions? We've got 4 options. It's box to win by less than 10, box to win by more than 10, a draw, or a Wales win. There are 14 votes. And currently, there is not much in the way of a
okay.
But yeah, jump in the comments. Let me know where you're watching for. Let me know what you guys think of this weekend. But yeah, basically we've got 2 teams named for Saturday. We will do a couple of score predictions for the other games this weekend as well, and we're going to chat about the main thing will be the title of the video is the box set to make a statement against Wales, and I think there's quite a lot to go into regarding what that statement is. So I see that she was here in the comments. I'm sure he's still here. Saban Swart, how you doing? Tim van den Berg says, hey Steve, one in the evening, just finished Squidge's video on why Kanya is the best player in the world. And now let's get to the stream. How's it? Yeah, all good. 100% agree that Kanya is the GOAT. Welcome, Bishak, and welcome, Pete, to the stream. And international rugby season. Carl, how are we feeling?
I'm glad it's back. I've been bloody bored. Weekends have been boring as hell.
Yeah, well, I suppose, as a Sharks fan, I can understand why they've been pretty boring because, you guys only played 1 more week of rugby than the Lions, so it's been a long off season, and it's not like you had a particularly long Currie Cup campaign. You also had the same as us,
I mean, I mean, the annoying thing is, speaking of, it's like, oh, he's the best player in the world. Oh, great. Well, it's pity the Sharks aren't fucking following form, are they?
But it's funny because so many people were just saying that, with the exception of maybe the Pimpy played quite a few good games, but with the exception of Pimpy, Thomas Latoy, maybe Oxchair, Sia Khaleesi didn't have a particularly good season within the Sharks setup. Lacagna had his moments, but it definitely wasn't the Lacagna we saw in the box. So it's probably quite problematic.
He
The
went
fact,
on loan a bit. He went to Japan for a little bit.
yeah.
So.
But it's interesting how players just sort of fit certain systems so much better than others. And I mean, a year ago we said the same thing about Khaleesi. People were sitting there saying we shouldn't be starting, shouldn't be playing in the British and Irish Lions series. And then I remember watching that documentary and that tackle that he made, that try-saving tackle, and then the year he had after that was just next level. Probably his best year in a Springbok jersey, coming off the back of a really poor season.
I mean, from habit, I'd say it's probably not best to pick players based on the Sharks' form, because it never stays true to anything else. It's inconsistent, and I think that's just the team, not the players, as like singular.
And I suppose similar thing with the Stormers, because a lot of people are saying that all these Stormers players have to be drafted into the box setup. At the same time, you talk about systems, same kind of vibes. It's one thing playing brilliantly in a Stormers system, which is very open and lots of freedom, and it's very different. Now suddenly having to fit into a Springbok system. So, but yeah. So in terms of South Africa versus Wales, South Africa have named the following side. It is Oxenchair, Bongi Manambi, Frans Malherbe, Eben Etzebeth, Louis Diaga, Sia Khaleesi, Franco Mostyn, the number 7, Jasper Wiese, the number 8, Faf de Klerk, Alton Yankees, Magazolona Pimpy, Damien Dealendi, Lekanyo Arm, Cheslin Colby, Damian Willemse. That pack is fairly disgusting, isn't it?
I mean, considering the people they left out, it's just like, what the fuck do you do against them?
well, that's the thing. I mean, you could, in theory, it's still set to bring in Peter Steph Toy eventually once he's back. He could be back next weekend at this rate. There's no Dwayne from Newland in there.
But the thing is, you could sub out all 8 of them for another 88 players, and they'd still start in every other international side.
Yeah, I mean, it's so funny because so many South African fans were like, oh, where's Evan Roos? We want Marcel Coetzee. We're not happy with the squad. And then I was on Twitter, and I think it was one of the Welsh journalists who said, does anybody have a decent movie I can watch at 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock on the Saturday? Because I'm not even going to bother after seeing that pack. It is just, and it is. And I think, I mean, we've had some pretty good box squads at the moment, but the box pack at the moment, the depth is just a joke, an absolute joke.
I mean, Jake is saying that, the Type 5 of Wales is really inexperienced, but I mean, yes, but also at this point, Wales are in such a shit position that why not give them a go? Just fucking hope something comes out of it, because they are not sitting looking good at the moment. They had a torrid Six Nations. Not that England were much more. But, I mean, it's one hell of a litmus test, let's put it that way.
Yeah, I think, look, to be fair, there are a couple of injuries. And for example, there were, I mean, when people was asked today, is Gareth Thomas fully fit? And he said, no, he is, otherwise he wouldn't have been starting. But there have been a couple of injuries for Wales, and you'd like to see a Wyn Jones in there, and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I think it is. And I think somebody was saying, they're talking about Ireland versus New Zealand, and they're saying, you just look at the squad and stuff like that, and if would Ireland fans consider a 2-1 loss against New Zealand as a series a good result? And I think some of the Welsh fans were saying that if they were to win one test, they'd be pretty happy with the tour. A lot of people were ruling them out in terms of actually going all the way. And I think the issue is just this pack, because we'll go onto the backlines, because I think the Welsh backline does excite me, but it's just whether they can get past this pack of theirs or of ours.
I mean, I feel like Wales are kind of becoming a bit like Ireland in that they're sticking with a 10 who's probably a bit past it. And
that disrespect on Dan Bigger's name.
I really think he's part of the reason Wales backline just never works. I think he's the biggest.
I back the Bigs. I back the Bigs. I thought he was.
I'm not saying he's a bad player. I think he's the reason they never fire.
But would you go Gareth Anscombe ahead of him?
I think Gareth Anscombe, considering what he used to do for the Chiefs, would be the far more flary player. which I think, considering the backline, they need.
But that's a bit like the whole Alton versus Pollard debate we had sort of a year ago when Pollard wasn't playing well. And we're sitting there going, you've got so much talent in the backline, we're not really seeing it. But then you've got Alton, but it's a similar sort of conversation in terms of what he did at domestic level. Because Gareth Anscombe, and he has had a couple of decent games for Wales, but he hasn't quite been the Gareth Anscombe that we can see. And I thought that he was playing really well at the beginning of the season. In fact, I watched I think it was the first game of the URC. I sat there watching and I went, I could very well see Gareth Anscombe back in that 10 role at the end of year tour. And he was. So it happened to be. But I think the big thing, I suppose, is playing at altitude this weekend. A lot of these Welsh players haven't played in about, I think Ryan Elias was saying that he last played in beginning of May or something stupid, because they haven't played in so long. So I think that Dan Biggar's tactical kicking and his game management is going to be crucial, because if they don't get the kicking right and they don't manage to manage the game, they're not going to last that 80 minutes. They're going to run out of steam.
Well, this is the thing, is that is Wales' game at the moment. They did it against England. They did it the whole way through the Six Nations. But it's also the worst game you can take to the Springboks. That is what they want you to do, because they will beat the shit out of you while they do it. And it's just, they're going to have to do something. I think they're lucky they got Lydiate back, because Lydiate's bloody good. He's a very good player. Their back three is good. Lydiate, Faletau, and Reffel. They're all really good players. And obviously, their back three are lightning. If Reece Zammit gets it, depends who's lining up against him, but he can pretty much round anyone. George North at 13. They kind of have to use him there.
I think they want him there for the World Cup. I think that and I think we've been robbed of a year of him really developing into that 13 role. But we're talking about a guy who's 102 caps, and he's like, how old is he? I just remember him being stupidly young for the amount of caps he has.
He must be about 27.
He's 30, so he turned 30 in April.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's 30 years old with 102 caps under the belt. He could very well finish with 130, 140 if he could stay fit. But obviously, he hasn't played for Wales since the 2021 Six Nations. So quite a few question marks around him. But so just sticking in the box before we look at start dissecting that Welsh side. The backline is interesting because, Faf de Klerk, Damien Delende, and Lacagna, so the normal centre pairings, your normal halfback. It's your normal wing combination of Max Oliver, Pimply, Ches and Colby. But Elton Yankees gets the start at 10, and Damien Willemse has come into 15, which has been quite a controversial selection, which I don't know why people are that surprised. I get why people are surprised, but at the same time, when you start explaining it, it kind of makes sense, because he was set for an extended run in the 15 jersey last year before he got injured. That was always the plan, I think, to give him quite a few games at 15, because he's not.
I think the surprise has come purely from the fact that, oh my God, it's not Villy Leroux.
Yeah, and then the problem is it's not Villy Leroux, but why isn't Warwick Hunt? And you're like, guys, baby steps. But the biggest thing is that the box, and this is what I was trying to explain to people the other day, the box reward people who are part of the system. So Damien Willemse has been within that squad the entire year last year. Was supposed to have games at 15, and just because he's had a stormy season at 12. Doesn't mean that, before that he was playing at 15. When he was selected for the box squad originally, he was playing 10, 15. And also, when Warwick Hunt went down earlier this season, he played at 15 and played very well. So,
Hunt's been amazing.
Yeah, but the Alton Yankees at 10 is interesting because Jacques did say that Pollard could have played. But Alton's been picked for tactical reasons. I don't know if that's just a case of, trying to say that, well, we're not picking him because we have to pick him, that we do back him. But it's always an interesting dynamic when Alton plays, because he's a very different player to Pollard and offers a very different threat.
Well, Pollard's a difficult one because he's been playing a lot of centre because of what's his name?
Garbisi.
Who is very unfortunate to be stuck playing for Italy.
Yeah, and I see his brother's making his debut this weekend, I think.
Oh shit.
Alessandro. Yeah.
I think he's a bit unlucky in there because he could be a world-class fly half if he was in a better international setup. But at least he's at Montpellier, and they're a really good team.
Well, maybe with the new international laws, he just needs to find some heritage somewhere. And turns out he's actually got a long-lost cousin from Scotland.
Oh God, don't give the Scots that kind. Oh, don't give the Scots any kind of hope there. Bloody hell.
Yeah, but I think the thing with Alton is that it's interesting because he's always a polarizing figure, and obviously as a Lions fan, I've got a lot of time for him because he did so well for us. But I think that he has, if you were to be very fair to him, he was a very different player when he played for the Boks last year because he has sort of reined himself in to a certain degree. I don't think he's taking the risks and stuff like that. And I think he's matured quite a lot as a player. But it'll be interesting to sort of see. I mean, the thing is with that pack, you're pretty much guaranteed, and that's what Wayne Peter was saying in the press conference, that we need to stop that pack because the likes of Alton and Faf will hurt them with the sort of style that they play. And I think it was actually Dan Bigger actually was saying, not Wayne Peter, he was saying that if they get that platform, they can definitely hurt them. And I'm hoping that, and this is what I said, I think the statement, I think we will start to see more ball in the hand from the Boks this year. I think that it will start to develop a little bit more than last year, because we already started seeing it to a certain degree last year in the end of year tour, where they did start using the backline a little bit. The Scots got the worst of it probably during that end of year tour, but I think as we progress, we will see a bit more of an attractive style of rugby.
I mean, I've for a while I've wanted the Boks to play Colby at fullback, but they just can't afford to now.
Yeah,
they literally, if you look at, let's say, most likely the sides they're going to play in the World Cup, every single one of them has giant fullbacks, and he'll just lose the aerial battle every time, just not out of skill, but out of size.
And that's the one thing that Dave Willem's going to have to do very well this week is be good under the high ball, because he knows he's going to get peppered. But I think he's very safe under the high ball, so I think it'll be a nice test for him. But just go to the comments. Thank you very much, Grant. In case anybody see, I have been at the press conferences this week representing the buggers, the fair sports community. It is kind of the whole point of this whole thing was to take you guys behind the scenes. So glad that you guys enjoy the fact that we are at the press conference, stuff like that, and big ups to you guys for getting us there. But just going through some of the comments before we sort of get back to it. Tim Vandenberg says, and I've lost it, going back up. Where we at? Tim Vandenberg says, Dad Bigger's not passed it. The Boks had Bigger. They'd start him every knockout game in 2023. I'll tell you what. I reckon an on-form Bigger, I could see fitting into the Boks pretty well, actually. Albert says, can't wait to see Colby in action. Villy LaRue going to end up in 10 position later in the game. Interesting. So it's interesting about that. We'll talk about it a little bit now. But Willie Explore says, don't underestimate the Welsh. The Boks should win this test, but it won't be easy. We haven't played in a while. And when the Welsh put on that red jersey, they become different dragons. Go to Bokker. Grant Swart says, a damn big old South African. He would have won 100 caps 5 years ago. It's exactly the type of 10 Bok coaches like.
It's true.
You're not wrong. And that's why Gatlin liked him. The Welsh will need to contest.
I'm surprised Morné Steyn hasn't been called up at this point.
Well, he did retire. So
that doesn't mean anything in rugby.
Maybe he's going to get called up for the Welsh.
Come the World Cup, it's going to be a Stephen Donald thing. He'll kick the he'll kick that fucking penalty to win.
They're going to run him on in a wheelchair and just say, right, you need 5 steps the rest of your life, and then we can bring you back to SA. Jake says the Welsh need to contest the breakdown aggressively and to neutralise the Springboks loose 3 to have a chance, because the set piece battle is clearly in favour of the Springboks, 100%. Tim first Tony van Bigger. Not a fan of Willemse at 15. Why don't they rate him at 10 is odd. If we do have a 10 crisis come World Cup, he takes a 10. Mantle for me, it should be Willemse. Tommy's going France Steyn at 10. Wales. All these things are popping up. Wales back 3 will expose Boks. The kicking game is inaccurate. I love it, Tommy, back all the way. Vic says Colby scored double on Saturday. Thanks so much for the super chat. Yeah, look, I mean, I think that's a name where people maybe aren't sort of paying enough attention. The fact that we actually haven't seen Colby play for quite a while, so it's quite exciting to have him back. Because I think that hasn't had the best of domestic seasons in terms. I mean, there was a couple of issues. People were saying that he wasn't playing enough, and he had his injuries issues and stuff like that. So he's had quite a subdued last 9 months, I'd say. But I mean, if you go back a year ago when he scored that try against British and Irish Lions, and we're talking about Colby as one of the best players in the world. So quite cool to see him back, and I think that him versus
Josh Adams.
Josh Adams is going to be a really cool. I think the back 3 versus back 3 is probably the best matchup for me this weekend. I think that's the most exciting.
Well, I think what I've noticed throughout this year so far, watching mostly Josh Adams, but a bit of Reece Zammit, is they're very susceptible to be getting stepped because they're quite big. Zamet's fucking tall, and Colby, I think, can step them quite easily. Liam Williams less so, but I think, and George North is quite, a heavy guy. He gets stepped a bit. So, I mean, I see Colby using his feet a lot more than out and out pace.
Yeah, so we'll get to the Welsh squad now, but and then this is the nice thing about being in the box is that once you take off Frans Mahirba, Bongi, Manambi, and Oxen Chair, you then put on Malcolm Mark, Stephen Kitsoff, and Vincent Koch. A reminder, as somebody I think said earlier, Trevor Nyakane, Wilco Lowe, Thomas Dutoy, none of them get into the 23 at the moment. I mean, Trevor Nyakane, like whatever he touched was turned to gold last year when he became loose head, tight head. Man could have played 10 last year and he would have been fine, and he's not in the 23 this weekend. And it's still looking at unreal, unfortunately. But then 2 debutants in Salman Murat and Ulrich Lowe, which will be quite cool. Then the utility player of Kwaka Smith, who's going to cover the entire back three as well as wing if he needs to. And then Herschel Yankees, who I think is under quite a lot of pressure coming off the back of a very inconsistent URC campaign. And then Vili Leroux at 23, who rumor has said that he will not be coming on at 10, that he will be coming on at fullback. So it looks like the plan is either Alton plays a full 80, or if he does go down, that Damian Willemse will run into the 10 channel there. So yeah, so that was quite interesting. But it's a pretty decent bench. I'm very excited to see what Ulrich Lowe does, because he's very much a Springbok mold loose forward. And I think he fixed the game plan down to a T.
Who's that talking about kicking? His kicking for poles is questionable. I'm just like, well, after Marcus Smith kicking for England against the Barbarians, bloody put George Cruz on at fly off for England.
Yeah, but Oaks was just taking the piss in that game. I mean, I didn't see the full. I just watched the highlights, and I was like, Oaks, what is this? Like, we're trying to sell the game of rugby, and your Oaks are just here farting around. Like, come down.
I mean, the thing is, like, obviously the Barbarians team was unbelievably good. Yeah. Like, they were so good, and England was just that useless.
Yeah,
England was shite.
Well, I see that the usual, Eddie Jones is on the verge of losing his job. Chat is back. I don't think people realize that this guy will be at the World Cup next year. Like, unless this guy drops dead or something, he will be leading England at the World Cup. It's like not even a conversation. England could lose every game from now until the World Cup. He will still be taking them to the World Cup.
Well, the thing is, like, against the Barbarians, yes, it's irritating, but it's not a bad time to try something new. The game means nothing. It's a freebie. And like, I was watching, because I mean, I was very much on the bandwagon of, okay, Eddie Jones needs to fuck off now. But watching Squidge Rugby does like a half an hour analysis of why he thinks England are going to win this World Cup. And I'm just watching it. I'm like, shit, this makes too much sense, and it irritates me.
But then you're like, don't give me hope. Don't do that to me.
No, the thing is, I think
stop it. Stop. I like it.
I think they'll make the final and then just fuck it up again. I think that'll just happen. I know they're too good not to make at least the semis. I think they'll make the final and fuck it up again.
It will be interesting. But let's look at the Welsh side for this weekend. So just moving my mic because I'm on that different setup. So if you're going through 1 through 15, it's Gareth Thomas, Ryan Elias, Dylan Lewis as the front rowers. So Gareth Thomas just 10 caps to his name, Ryan Elias 27, and Dylan Lewis 38. Now that's a bit of a contrast to the likes of Oxenchair, Bongi, Manambi. Oxenchair, I think, only has about 10, 11, but Bongi and Frans Malherbe have got caps for Africa, really. They then got Will Rowlands and Adam Beard in the second row. I really rate Adam Beard. I think that he is going to be a massive player for them for years to come. I think he's the next British and Irish Lions lock, probably next to Toje in the next tour in 4 years' time.
I think he's he's certainly a unit. He's huge. Yeah, I like him. I think he's a good player. He's a bit of a lumbering oaf at times. I don't think he has the athleticism of people like Itoje or Etzebeth and the smaller ones. He's more of a heavy set player, a bit like Charlie Ewels, who I think is just the most questionable player in the England squad. But thank God he got injured.
Well, I think that when you look at people that size, it's if you can get it right, it can be very effective. Because Luat Diago was a little bit like that when he first came on. He was, he wasn't maybe fit enough, stuff like that. Was carrying a bit of extra weight, but I mean, he's come in leaps and bounds. And if you can channel that sort of size going forward, it becomes difficult to stop. Dan did it at 6, which they said is very much a line-out orientated selection, saying that they need to try and get disrupt that the set piece of the box. And then Tommy Reffel on debut, the Leicester Tigers flank, who in many ways could be a potential future Welsh captain. I mean, I think captain Wales at 2 junior levels, including under 20s. Jasper Wiese had a lot to say about him, obviously being teammates, and he said that he's a really good guy, really hard worker, and I think that he said big things to come from him. So probably somebody that we haven't seen a lot of, those who don't watch the Premiership, but yeah, a very exciting player. And then you've got Talapa Faletau with his 89 caps. And yeah, look, I think that he has a good game. It goes a long way towards the Wales being competitive.
Well, he's been playing well. I mean, he's been probably one of the only good players for Bath.
Yeah, I mean, I've only watched clips of him this in the last couple of months, but I watched a couple and it was like the Faletau that we sort of come to know, that really good ball in hand, running really good angles aggressively. And I think that that Faletau versus Jasper Wiese are quite different players, but similar players in terms of very good ball carrying skills, maybe sort of different types of ball carrying. But I mean, that's just going to be brute force on brute force between Faletau and some of the loose forwards, some of the locks and stuff.
I think you're going to have to try and keep Jasper Wiese in line, because he's very prone to a couple of cards here and there.
Well, I don't know if you read that whole article where apparently the Leicester coach sat him down in January and basically said, if you don't sort this cuck out, you're fired. We cannot. And apparently the box squad also said to him, like, if you don't sort this out, we can't select you. Like, if you keep getting the amount of yellows, we can't select you. And he was asked about it in the press conference. It was yesterday. What's today? Thursday. Yeah, yesterday. And he said, he had to have a very frank conversation with himself, and said, he's letting his team down, he's letting himself down, and there was a stat that was saying like at one stage he was getting a yellow card like basically almost like more than every other game, and then I think he's only had like 2 this year or something stupid like that. So apparently he has done a lot to cut that out, because that was also the frustration. I think a lot of people had that sort of view of him, because the problem is when you don't watch him in the Premiership and you've suddenly got this guy who's really hyped, and then he comes in and he gives away quite a few penalties for the box. For me, I was a bit worried about his soft skills, because he dropped a couple of balls and he didn't look particularly convincing out of the high ball, and suddenly you sit there going, no, this guy's not good enough. But then again, he goes back to Leicester. His first 6 months were a bit average, but he has a storming final 6 months, which culminates in a man of the match performance in the Premiership final. And you sit there going, no, this guy actually deserves a bit of backing.
Really well in the final.
He's just an absolute monster of a human being. I mean, yesterday he rocks up, and we are all, and including the Welsh media, by the way, all sitting there in our jackets and stuff like that. It's quite chilly. And all the Bok players arrive in their tracksuit, except for him, who arrives in his slops, his shorts, and his t-shirt. And everybody's like, chap, like, has anybody told you it's winter? Like, I know you're coming from England, but and he's not the tallest guy.
Not particularly warm.
No, but I mean, come now, like embrace your South Africanisms. But it's, as I said, it's weird because he's not a massively tall guy, but let me tell you, this man's he's a large human. I wouldn't want to run into him.
Very much try and run around him, but fail probably.
Yeah, very much so, and then be very, very sore afterwards. But the back line is Kieran Hardy. They've got quite a lot of injuries at 9, so Kieran Hardy gets opportunity, just his 12th game. Next to Dan Biggar, who is playing his 101st game. So there are 2 players with 100 caps in the Welsh backline. With the exception of Rhys Emmett, there's a lot of experience. I mean, Josh Adams, 39 caps. Nick Tompkins, 20 caps. George North, 102 caps. Louis Rhys Emmett, 16 caps. And then Liam Williams with 78 caps. So it's a very experienced. I think this backline is really good, but they'll be let down by the pack.
They have a lot of potential, but they've had a lot of similar setups to this before, but they never seem to click on it. It never seems to work for them. And I think, the experiment of Josh Adams at 13 was a fucking failure. God, that was awful. George North is better there. And I think he's obviously not as agile as he used to be. I don't know. It is a good backline. I was surprised that Hardy got picked over Williams. Although Hardy's had a good season. I think the tight five, not so much the back three, but the tight five are going to get monstered by South Africa, and that will just cause a huge amount of penalties, and therefore it's just going to be a fuck up.
Well, for me, you look at the scrums. I mean, Frans Moherbert, just as Grant Swartz for a test, does not go backwards. You know, I don't think I've ever seen
a movable object.
Back. I mean, he sits there going, chap, like it doesn't matter what you do, like you're not moving. And Oxenchair has been destroying tight heads all year. His scrummages come in leaps and bounds. So I think that the scrum battle, I think, should be pretty one-sided. And then the lineouts, when you've got Luat Diaga, Eben Etzebeth, and Franco Mostert as your lineout options, with Bongi Benambi putting it in, I know that Dwayne's going to try and disrupt, but I think you're pretty settled because Franco Mostert's line of work is second to none, and Bongi Benambi's become such a solid lineout player. So I think, I think the biggest issue is that they're going to struggle to disrupt the Springboks set piece.
I think Will Rowland might give it a try. I mean, he's a bit too heavy to be a jumper, but I know Will Rowland's got quite a good line-out stat. But yeah, I don't see it being enough.
Yeah, and I think that I'm keen to see how Nick Tompkins goes. I think that he's a player who's played quite well recently, had quite a good season.
He's always good obviously. He's always so good.
Yeah. So the question is once again, can they translate that sort of form into your international set? Yeah. And I think that the centre battle should be quite cool because George North, 102 cast, Lekanya who's just when he puts it on a Springbok shirt, makes rugby look incredibly easy. And then Nick Tompkins coming off a decent season up against Damien Jalendi, who's had a pretty solid season and was very good last year. So the backline matchups excite me. Far more so than the forward back does. But then off the bench, we've got Dewey Lake, Reece Kerr, Thomas Francis, Ellerman Jones. 150 caps. I still look at that and think it's unbelievable. Josh Navidi, who's one of my favourite players from Wales, Thomas Williams, Gareth Anscombe, and then Owen Watkin. It's not a bad bench.
Did you know Navidi is, I'm pretty sure he's an Israeli. He's like everyone thinks he's a Kiwi because of his dreadlocks, but I think he's an Israeli or Palestinian, one of the two. But don't want to confuse which one. But
but I was like, careful.
I don't know which one, but I thought that was quite interesting. Like
he's
I had
Iranian.
No idea.
There it is. So his father's Iranian.
Oh right, yeah. Okay, so he's Iranian.
And the reason people think that he's from New Zealand is because he grew up in New Zealand. Well, he was spent time in New Zealand whilst he was growing up.
Okay.
Yes, so that's where the New Zealanders come. But yes, from an Iranian father.
Okay.
You learn something new every day. But I mean, it's quite interesting. I mean, Ellerman Jones off the bench is an interesting pick for me, and for two reasons. First of all, it's not a role that he does. You don't put Ellerman Jones on the bench. But I also think that he's not the type of player that can have much of an impact off the bench. I say the same thing about Franco Mostert. I think he's a player who plays as well in the first minute as he does in the 80th minute. So there's no point, but he doesn't have necessarily that impact coming off the bench. So you're better off playing Franco Mostert from the beginning for 80 minutes than you are bringing him on the bench. And I think Ellerman Jones is similar in that. Look, I think he's having the experience later on in the games, but it's a very different role for him to be coming off the bench because I mean, look at the British and Irish Lions, came straight into the tour, started, all the test stuff like that.
I don't think he should have, but yeah. I think they're putting him on the bench, honestly, because they're trying to phase him out.
Well, it's interesting because that's the whole thing, Does he make the World Cup next year?
I mean, he will because they don't really have a choice.
And he will because he's like his body's mechanical, and he'll just keep playing until somebody eventually says to him, like, just stop.
Just throw him in some ice water and he'll be all right.
Yeah, but I mean, somebody. I mean, I haven't read it, but somebody said if you read his book, you'll understand why he keeps playing because apparently, like, he's just obsessed with this game, and like it's not like it's going to prove he just loves playing. And so they said they reckon that because they said apparently the person who said that said they had a similar opinion. They were saying, why does he keep playing? Apparently, if you read the book, it's quite a big insight into why he just continues going. But I mean, 150 caps is mental. He could be. Yeah, I mean, if he plays these 3 tests and plays the end of the year, he could be 160 caps next year, which is a bit childish. But yeah, which of those players do you think can have the biggest impact coming off the bench of the Welsh replacements?
Looking who they will come on for, probably Anscombe, to be honest. Because the thing is, Anscombe's there because he can cover literally every position. He's played 15 wing for the Chiefs. He plays 10. He can probably go centre. So probably, I'd say Anscombe or maybe Navidi.
Yeah, if I actually put out Navidi, I think
Watkins is a very good player, but
yeah.
I mean, I don't see him doing much against Dearlendy and so can't be bothered with that. So I reckon Anscombe, because again, he'll be going against potentially Elton.
As a Bok fan, I would say Anscombe and Navidi would scare me the most, and then after that, probably Thomas Williams, if he can come on and have a good game. But Navidi is someone who, I mean, we also saw him last year in the Six Nations. He was just a different breed. One of those players who you just said to Gatland, you're selecting me whether you like it or not because he just played that well. But I mean, the loose forwards the Welsh have are ridiculous. I saw the whole article that Tipuric is currently in his sort of getting back to taking full contact, so they're going to have hit to contend with coming back.
Tipuric's insane. He's arguably Wales' best player.
Yeah, no, I think when he's playing well, he is.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. In the meantime, I'll go through a couple of comments. As you will says, he's Iranian. Cameron says, let's hope ESCOM doesn't spoil the spectacle. Vic said, let's hope we win the first 2 tests so that we can get some rotation on the third one. So in terms of the ESCOM thing, so I saw that the Loftus management have confirmed that the entire thing on Saturday will be done purely on generators. They're not looking at any grid power because they know it's going to be turned off. So
win, but I'll let you know.
Well, yeah, providing providing they bought enough diesel this weekend, which is expensive in itself. In theory, we should be fine, but it's fine. We're going to start wrapping up soon anyway. So Connell says, what would it mean to you if Wales come close to winning or even came away with a win this weekend? A lot of Bok fans underestimating Wales. I would actually disagree. I would say a lot of the Welsh media, not Welsh media, South African, there is a lot of the South African media, and again, I think it's the more prominent, controversial South African media who are, Carl's just doing a cooking show over there, who are maybe underestimating Wales. I've personally, definitely on this channel, everybody's been very much saying that whilst the Boks are expected to win, they should win. It's definitely not going to be a walkover game because they are a side which match the Springboks up quite well, and they've had very good games against the Boks. So I certainly wouldn't say I'm underestimating. I wouldn't say that I'm expecting a 20+ win. I think that we should win, but I don't think it's going to be easy at all. Although it says, what happened to Kubas Reinach is probably the best comer after Faf. He's currently injured. He is in camp at the moment, as is Archie Sneeman, because I walked past him and sort of waited. Yeah, so he's recovering in camp. Will the Wales front row be able to handle the Boks second front row?
No one can.
Yeah, literally. Matthew Dixon, who's funny sounding European. Well, yeah, I mean, the accent is a bit strange, Carl. I mean, it's just a bit of everything.
It's a bit of a fuck up, isn't it?
We'll call you a global citizen. And then, yes, Tian van Berg, you're definitely spot on with exactly what I'm talking about. But, we're going to start wrapping up. So let's just do score predictions for all the games this weekend.
Right. Okay. Hang on. I can't remember what they are. Are we doing all of the games or like the important?
Well, should we do the top 4 games? Unless you want to count France versus Japan as well. There on.
To be fair, yeah. I mean, but also Tonga, Fiji. I don't even know how to guess what that will be, but yeah. I'm 100% sure Tonga will now go and win this game. How could they not?
Well, to make it easy,
I will get at least a hat trick. I mean, it's almost
probably,
and that would piss me off so much.
Let's do New Zealand, Ireland, Australia, England, Springboks, Wales, and then Argentina, Scotland. So New Zealand, Ireland. What's your prediction?
I think it will be close. certainly closer than Ireland versus the Maori All Blacks. But I see. Okay, I see. Will Jordan not starting. He's not even in this squad. That changes things. But Leicester find Ganuka on the wing. I'm gonna say 36-12.
36-12 to Ireland.
All Blacks.
Okay.
All Blacks are gonna walk in.
Thanks for clarifying. Yeah, I think that Ireland will play well. I think if there's a test that Ireland will win, I think it'll be next weekend. I don't know why.
I mean, Ireland's team is class.
No, it is good, and it's quite cool to see the likes of like a Jamison Gibson Park and like Bundy Aki yesterday captaining them against the Irish All Blacks. So there's quite a lot of All Black heritage within the Irish squad, almost as much as there is in the New Zealand squad, but we won't go there. So yeah, I think I'd probably go with New Zealand by probably 15-20. Australia versus England. Can you guys get the job done under?
Right, hang on. Let me check out the. That's a good Aussie team. Oh fuck, Quade Cooper's playing. Oh shit. Okay, Farrell's back at 12, and as much as I don't like him, I think that's just going to be enough for England to win. Because Marcus Smith with Farrell at 12, they work unbelievably well together, and they've only played one game. 23-19 to England.
23-19 to England. I reckon Australia wins this weekend.
I mean, thing is, my head thinks that, but only because of the Barbarians game, which wasn't England anyway. So,
nah. Yeah, I'm going. I think it's the weekend of the home sides. So I'm going Australia to. I think it'll be close. I'm going to go Australia by 7.
It's not that close. Thing is that their locks are just their locks are not very experienced compared to England. I mean, England's got a Tojo, I think.
Hey, dude, when Quade Cooper's playing, anything can happen.
Yeah.
The Quade effect. Okay, Springboks versus Wales.
Springboks
prediction.
Wales. I don't even see Wales scoring a try. 29-7 maybe. Like
29-7.
I think it's just going to be quite easy for South Africa. They'll grind out a win. I don't think they'll make it pretty for themselves, but they'll win.
Yeah, I'm not brave enough to start throwing out actual score, but I reckon that will be Box by 15 is what I reckon. I think there'll be a certain amount of rust involved. So yeah, I think that it'll take a while for them to get going. And then Argentina versus Scotland.
Argentina didn't do well last weekend, if I remember. I think they won, but they didn't convincingly beat. I think it was like a tier 3 side or something. Who did they play? Oh no, sorry, that was Italy. No, Argentina will win. Maybe Scotland don't like scoring tries much anymore, so probably 24-20 for Argentina.
Yeah, I'll go. I reckon Argentina at home are a different breed. I'll go Argentina by 10. So yeah, I think they'll be quite. I think they'll probably, knowing Argentina, they'll probably be quite good and then concede a couple of stupid tries because they have that in them and their discipline's shit. So they'll probably get a couple of cards. But I think Argentina at home are just a different animal to contend with. But we've now put them out there so we can revisit them in a week. But Carl, thank you very much for jumping on. Lucky to have the fan forums back. Hopefully we'll have a bit of a bigger panel next week. Because we want to try and get back to that 4 panel and stuff like that. So yeah, next week Thursday we'll have the fan forum once again. Everybody that has been watching, thank you very much for joining us. Make sure you do subscribe on the way out on the journey to 13,000 subscribers. We had 12,000 yesterday, Tuesday, the last couple of days. So thank you very much for that. Now we're going to push for 13,000 on the road to the big 20K. Hopefully in the next year. That's the plan. So yeah, make sure you're part of the journey. Apart from that, please do smash a like on the video as you go out. We'll be live tomorrow again. potentially in the evening for a little bit of a pre-match chat. We'll have I'm hoping it's going to be the Zwandile Stick and Sia Khaleesi show tomorrow at the Final Block press conference, which is always a lot of fun. So check out that. There's a nice press conference out from Dan Digger. Speaks very, very well. And talks about the fact that he says it's good to be nervous, but says that there's no fear about playing against the Boks, which is quite cool. And then, there'll be...
I'd be fucking scared.
Hey, but to be fair, you can't come on and be like, we're terrified of these guys. But I would be terrified of them, to be fair. But thanks, guys, and we'll see you guys all very soon. Until next time, cheers.
Cheers.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. For today's guide on how to watch the South Africa versus Wales, and in fact the entire sort of international season. As you guys know that at this stage, for example, for South Africa versus Wales, the entire series is being shown behind a paywall, which means that unfortunately there's no free-to-air broadcast that is showing the service. However, we have done the research and we have found the cheapest, most cost-efficient way for you to watch all the international rugby you need to over the next sort of month. We've got so many games coming up, and it's actually just going to be absolutely terrific. But the biggest thing is that you're going to need a VPN depending on where you are in the world, because the cheapest way to watch, and it'll obviously change depending on where you are. But for example, in the UK, it's being shown on Sky Sports, the South Africa versus Wales series. In South Africa, it's being shown on SuperSport, which is on DStv, and you need a premium package, which is about R1,000 a month. So we are recommending watching it on Flow Rugby. And the big thing about Flow Rugby is that you can, first of all, go on a month-to-month basis, and that it's got everything. It's got everything that you need. We recommend getting Flow Rugby and ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is the VPN we recommend using because Flow Rugby is only available in the United States. But if we look, for example, at their schedule, this is the sort of rugby that you can expect to be able to watch in the coming days. So, for example, immediately tomorrow, they've got the Maori All Blacks taking on Ireland. And as you see over here, it says unavailable in your area, and that is why you need a VPN, because I'm currently in South Africa. So if you do download ExpressVPN and you install it, we've got a special offer down in the comments below. They are giving Forever Sports audience an extra 3 months free if you sign up for a yearly package. And we do videos every week in terms of how to watch rugby on free-to-air channels. So if you go and get yourself a year subscription to ExpressVPN, we will then show you the most cost-efficient way every week to watch rugby. And that includes URC, that includes the end-of-year tour, for example, the autumn series, which is being shown on Amazon Prime, which is really, really cheap, as well as other competitions, stuff like that. The Rugby Championship will show you guys how to watch that. Certain ones are sometimes shown on like Australian free-to-air broadcasts, in which case you'll be able to watch a Springbok game for free. But you do need ExpressVPN because, unfortunately, especially like if you're in South Africa, it's very, very rare that we see international rugby being shown live on free-to-air broadcasters. So if you get Flow Rugby, and it is $30 a month, but you can do it on a month-to-month basis, for example. So if you get $30, if you were to buy a subscription right now, that would last you for the entire month. You'll be able to watch All Blacks versus Ireland. You'll be able to watch second-tier nations like Germany versus Georgia, Spain versus Poland, but maybe the big ones that people are looking out for are the likes of over here, where we've got on the Saturday second, we've got French Barbarian second on the USA, for example, Japan versus France. We've got a lot of women's rugby at the moment. Then we've got Spain versus Italy. We've got France taking on Georgia. Then the big ones are sort of over here, which is Australia versus England, South Africa versus Wales, New Zealand versus All Blacks, and that is all being shown on Flow Rugby, as well as Argentina versus Scotland on Sunday, and again, same thing next weekend, Japan versus France, New Zealand versus All Blacks. So all the major tour test series that are currently happening, which is Japan versus France, New Zealand versus All Blacks, Australia versus England, South Africa versus Wales, and Argentina versus Scotland. The entire sort of summer or winter series, depending on where you are, the incoming tours, outgoing tours are all being shown on Flow Rugby. So get yourself ExpressVPN, get yourself Flow Rugby subscription. It is the cheapest and most efficient way of watching rugby legally. Because there's a problem with the legal streams that they're very unreliable. They go down. So in my opinion, and what I've always done in the past is just pay a little bit and make sure that you are guaranteed to watch the rugby. And that's the thing. The last thing you want to do is sitting there. The national anthems are on. Your stream is buffering. It's not quite working. So do yourself a favor. Get ExpressVPN. Get Flow Rugby. Watch the entire international season. Come watch it live with us. We will be live for all the various games. This weekend we're going to be doing New Zealand versus All Blacks, New Zealand versus All Blacks versus Ireland. We're going to be doing Australia versus England. We will be doing South Africa versus Wales. So we'll be covering a lot of rugby in the next couple of weeks. It's going to be a lot of fun as we get the international season go. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. All the links that you need for Flow Rugby, for ExpressVPN, etc., are in the description. So get yourself sorted, get yourself ready, and let's have a phenomenal international season. My name is Stephen. Thank you very much for watching. I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is finally here. It's July. We've been waiting for months and months and months, but it is finally here. International rugby season starts in about 22 minutes' time. The Springboks versus Wales. They are at Loftus Versfeld, the first time that South African Springbok fans will be watching their side live in a stadium in South Africa since the Rugby World Cup win, and how special is that? And we are talking about a record crowd for a South Africa versus Welsh game inside South Africa. We expect to see 52,000 people in Loftus. I've got mates and I've got family there, and they say that apparently Loftus is absolutely pumping. We are going to be in for a cracker of a game ahead. So the formalities, let's get them out the way. First of all, please do start smashing the like button. We're sitting on 122 likes. I'd like to get that over 200. And start jump in the comments. I want to know where you guys are watching from. Let's start. I want to have a world map, and basically I want us to sit there and tick off the various places that everybody's watching from. And let's see how many places we can get to, shall we? So please start letting me know where you guys are watching from. No, let's not do that. Let me know who you're supporting. Welsh. We usually majority Springbok fans in the chat, but are there some Welsh fans in and around? What are we thinking? We'll do some score predictions a little bit later. But right now I want to know where you guys are watching from, who you're supporting, what are the snacks of choice, what are the beverages of choice, what are you all drinking today? I'm not drinking booze just yet. Maybe off the first half, but I've literally I've been on the verge of death all day from my hangover. And I don't. The concept of beer actually makes me like very, very nauseous just thinking about a beer. So not gonna have one just yet. Maybe we'll have it later. Do the snacks though, because you gotta have some snacks. Right, who we at? How's AD? Hope you're well. Hello, group says from Pretoria. Aaron is saying the only thing that sets them apart is that Daylander has been so good for the Springboks. We got Estes hasn't been proven. I'm going to do the international level yet. Yeah, good to see the chat was pumping before you jumped on, which is really cool. Let's keep it going. We've got we need some good vibes today. We got good vibes and lots of vibes. That was Jock. Right, John K is watching it from Kenya in East Africa. Randolph, I'm in the UK. Swar. Springboks all the way, says Avo Group. I would love to see Estes in the next two tests, says Aaron. He's watching from Eddie is watching from Malmesbury, Western Cape. Zakela is in Portugal. We've got Morris from Secunda. Daniel is watching from the UK in Norwich. Come on, Boca. Diedrich is watching from Lima in Peru. We've got Birmingham, UK. It's Tony over there. So you see, already we're across 3 continents. I reckon we can get 4 then. There's definitely a couple of people from Asia watching. Let's see if we can tick off all 5 continents. Is there anybody from North America? Anybody from Asia? Anybody from Australia? If we can tick off the 5 continents, that'll be quite a nice start to proceedings here. But let's just start getting the vibes going, and let's try and see if we can get 1,000 people watching before the game starts. We've got 20 minutes to do that. We're going to go through the teas. We're going to talk about some of the big stats that are going to set the side apart. We're going to get some score predictions in later. We've got a poll running at the moment that has over 1,100 votes. We will be doing a player rating show after the stream, so the player rating shows are back. which is going to be a lot of fun. Always quite controversial when we do this player ratings. Very interesting to see the different opinions. So it should be really, really cool. I'm seeing Edmonton, UK from Randolph, Cape Town. Adam Pocock is watching from Caldecott, Wales. Go Bocker, says Stefan Royan. Luvo says he's watching from China. Well, there we go. So we've got our fourth continent there. Nick Brown's from the UK. Adam saying, who's the dark horse to watch out for? Yeah, we're going to go through that. We're going to go through the teams. We're going to see who do we think can potentially really stand up today and get the job done. I hope everybody's got their snacks. I got my biltong, which I actually haven't tried yet. So I'm going to get some of that going. But, and there we go. Continent number 5. We got the USA. Do we have USA? Is it 5? North America, South America, Africa, Europe, Asia. Yeah, we got 5 so far. I'll enjoy that. If you are trying to watch the game, there is a link in the description, which shows you how to watch the game. We recommend watching on Flow Rugby using ExpressVPN. There is a special offer for Forever Sports audience, where you can get an extra, I think it's 3 months free. If you do sign up using our referral link there. So go and get ExpressVPN, and then you can sign up to Flow Rugby, which has all the international games during the summer. It's got the Australia versus England game, Australia going 1-0 up there. It's got New Zealand versus Ireland, New Zealand going up 1-0. It's got France versus Japan, France going up 1-0 there. It's also got Scotland versus Argentina, which is happening tonight. So it is really, really worth it. Andre says he's Barker watching from Namibia. Hello from Mexico from Nathan. Oh, that Coke's reminding me of the brandy last night. Yeesh. Yeesh, yeesh. But should we go through the lineups? Because they're quite interesting. And we'll start with the home side. So, packing it down in the front, it is Rechekwa Ditswe, Ox in chair, next to Bongi Manambi and France Moherbe. We've then got Eben Etzebeth, Luatiaga in the second row. Eben Etzebeth will be playing his 98th test for the Springboks. If he were to play all 3 tests here in this Welsh series, he will raise the bat and go past that 100 test mark, which will be incredibly impressive for what is I mean, we've had some pretty phenomenal locks in our history. In South African rugby, but you do start thinking that Eben Etzebeth could very well go down as one of the, if not the best lock we've had, which is impressive considering, the likes of Victor Matfield's in there, Bucky's Buerta. We've had some absolute incredible players at lock over the years, but so I mean, it will be nice to be quite a big, quite an exclusive club that he gets to join if he does get to that 100 test mark, which I'm sure he will. And still just 30 years old, which shows you that he still has years ahead of him. But in terms of the loose forwards, it is Sia Khaleesi, your captain aside. Frank Masters in the 7. And then you've got Jasper Wiese, who's getting the first opportunity to start sort of grabbing that number 8 jersey. He was back last year in the absence of Dwayne Vermeulen, who's not in the squad for the series. And he is going to get an opportunity today to try and continue in that number 8 jersey. And to really sort of start, basically saying, listen, I am the next Dwayne Vermeulen. I am the replacement. I am the future number 8. And there's a lot of competition in the squad, especially at 8th man. When you think Evan Lewis coming through, Albert Lowe on the bench, for example, so you'll get an opportunity to impress when he comes on. Kwaka Smith, for example, could play at 8. So there's a lot of competition at 8 at the moment, which is really good because competition hopefully will breed success. And I think that Jasper Wiese, on the back of a very impressive season in the Premiership, is definitely going to want to sort of translate that form and really try and hit the ground running in the international season. Yeah, halfback combination of Faf de Klerk and Alton Yankees. It's the old Lions pivot and halfback combination, and when they cooked, they cooked. And if they cook today, I think Wales are cooked, because I think if those two have a stormer, then Wales could be in for a very long game. But what's going to be quite interesting, obviously, that Alton Yankee selection was apparently, to suit a particular game plan. And he is a very different type of tactical kicker to Andre Pollard. Very different type of play. He sort of has a much broader range of the type of kicks he puts in. He uses the kick pass very effectively. He's very, very good at kicking for touch. So, he'll put the box in some very good positions. If you can win some penalties and stuff like that. but he's also somebody that takes the ball to the game line, and he attacks the space. So it will be interesting to start seeing if the Springboks do start to play in a certain way, with Alton Yankees in that number 10 position. And I think, if we're being brutally honest, Andre Pollard under a little bit of pressure in terms of his position, because he didn't play particularly well last year. So whilst he is still the incumbent fly half, and I don't think that he needs to, that's going to change anytime soon, if Alton Yankees can go make a big statement today, it puts a lot of pressure on Andre Pollard. And that's kind of what we need. We need him to not... Nobody can be comfortable in their jersey. Nobody can sit there thinking, I don't need to work hard because no one's moving me. Everybody needs to be expendable. Everybody needs to be able to be replaced. And, the more pressure and competition there is within the squad, it'll just breed a much... it's a very good environment. I think will foster a very good team. So hopefully that'll happen today. The Makazoloma Pimpy and Cheslin Colby are on the two wings, and you then got Damian Willemse at full back. The centre pairing will be Damien Delendi and Lekanya arguably the best centre pairing in the world last year. So they'll be trying to sort of pick up where they left off. And Lekanya last year was just absolutely sublime in a Bok jersey, and he's just he's a very important player in the back line. Obviously sitting in literally the middle of the back line. He's a very experienced player. He's a very calm player. And I think it's that calmness which I think makes him so good. I don't think he's ever panicked in his life. And, whilst there's a very experienced backline, I think that in the first game there's always a bit of nerves, a bit of jitters. And I think he'll bring a very good calming presence to that backline. And then Damien Willemse has got a bit of opportunity. Now, obviously played quite a lot at 12 during the URC. Did play at 15 when Watchalong did get injured. So he has played quite a few games at 15, so certainly not a stranger to the position. And he was kind of set for an extended period at 15 last year before he did get injured. So it's kind of quite a long overdue. The bench, though, will be Malcolm Mark, Stephen Kitsoff, and Vincent Koch. Salman Murat, Ulrich Lowe set to make their debuts today. The Stormers and Vodacom Bulls players were absolutely phenomenal in the URC. They've pushed themselves into the squad. They pushed themselves into a 23, and they've got an opportunity to say that they should be on a plane to France next year. And this is where it begins. So an incredibly special day for them, an incredibly special day for their families. Quokka Smith at 21 will be a bit of a utility player, and they can play across the entire back row, as well as can slot into the back line if needs be. Herschel Yankees also under a little bit of pressure, and then Willie Leroux will be bringing a wealth of experience off the bench in the latter stages. It'll be very interesting to see where he comes on, because we don't have Damien Willemse is more sort of the recognised flower half. Willie Leroux has been apparently training a bit of flower half when they were short of numbers. Alton Yankees hasn't played a lot of rugby this year. Neither does Andre Pollard, actually. I think it was really sick was saying yesterday that Pollard's only played 111 minutes of rugby. In the last couple of weeks, stuff like that. So, yeah, two players who you need some game time. So Alton Yankees, I'll be very surprised if he can last the full 80. So it will be quite interesting to see who does slot into that number 10 jersey or number 10 slot when the game sort of gets to the latter stages. If you look at the Welsh side, though, it's not a particularly experienced tight five, and I think that is going to be a big issue for them because, besides Adam Beard, who's got about 34 caps, and Dylan Lewis, who's got 38, there's not a lot of experience here. I mean, you'll get so the front row is Gareth Thomas, Ryan Elias, and Dylan Lewis. Gareth Thomas, still pretty young in his international career. He's played just 10 caps so far. Will Rowlands and Adam Beard are the lock pairing. And they've gone with a pretty big pack when you think that Will Rowlands is 124 kgs, Adam Beard's 117 kgs, and then a very interesting selection, and I think it's a selection which is quite smart, is Dan Lydiot at number 6, who is 115 kgs, 1.93, and he's a very good line-out option. And I think that given the fact that Wales had the worst line-out in the Six Nations, having that extra line option, having somebody who's very good when it comes to line-outs, is going to be quite important for them, because they have to try and sort that issue out, because the box line-out is very, very good, and it's a very important weapon for them to use. Accompanying Dan in the loose, it's Tommy Reffel, who's on debut. The Leicester Tigers flank will get his first round today in a Welsh jersey, and he's next to Talapa Falatau, who will be playing his 90th game in the red of Wales. Kieran Hardy gets the nod, and he will be partnering Dan Bigger, who's got 100 caps for Wales. I think it's 100 international caps, including his British and Irish Lions caps. And he will be captaining the side as we sort of move towards the post-Alan Wynne-Jones era, really. On the bench there is the former captain. And then we've got Josh Adams, Louis Rees-Zammit, and Liam Williams as the back three. It's a lot of pace in that back three. I think that Josh Adams and Rees-Zammit are quite dangerous players with the ball in hand, obviously. But I think that the matchup should be quite interesting in terms of the wing battle. And then Liam Williams, incredible under the high ball, and he will be able to prove points. I think he's a fighter. I think the Springboks they mentioned quite a lot in yesterday's press conference, in that he's somebody that they reckon is going to be really important for Wales in the upcoming series. And I think that he is, on his day, Liam Williams is an incredible player. Obviously, still quite a lot of injuries for Welsh, so it's definitely not the strongest side they could put out in an ideal situation. But it's not a bad side at all. Looking at the centres, we've got George North and Nick Tompkins, and that George North selection at outside centre is interesting because I think it's something that they wanted to do quite a lot last year, but he got injured and he hasn't played a game for Wales since the Six Nations in 2021. So it is making his return today, but I think that if they can get it right, I think it'll be a very, very big boost for them to be able to fit in the likes of a Rees-Zammit, to Josh Adams, as well as a George North. And he's next to Nick Tompkins, who has had a pretty big season for Saracens, and being rewarded for the form he shows. And I think that he'll be quite an important ball carrier for Wales today. And then off the bench, it is Dewey Lake, Rhys Kerr, Thomas Francis, Alan Wynne-Jones, Josh Navidi, Thomas Williams, Gareth Anscombe, and Owen Watkin. Alan Wynne-Jones comes on with 162 caps. But apart from that, Thomas Francis got 64, but everybody else sort of sitting in the low sort of 30s. So, they're not as experienced as, for example, like a Willie LaRue. But the benches are pretty even in terms of the sort of experience they have. South Africa having less experience on the bench, given the fact that Albert Lowe on debut. But the front row, of Vincent Cox, Stephen Kitsoff, and Malcolm Marks, to be able to bring that on is pretty incredible. So, it is Wayne Pivac versus Jacques Nienaber. Obviously, no Erassi Erasmus in the stadium today. He's still banned from match day activity until the end of the year. So you won't see him at the grounds. He's not allowed to even chat to them on Zoom and stuff like that. So it is completely up to Jacques Nienaber, Randy Lustig, Dion Davids, Felix Jones, and Don Human, who will be operating over there at Loftus. So first of all, before we move on, a massive thank you. I'm seeing we've got a couple of members getting here. So Choppy and Eddie Smith, welcome to the Forever Sports Members Club. Christopher Morsner, welcome to the Members Club as well. We had some people earlier who joined the Members Club. I think it was Yolanda, Rian, and Angus. If you guys are still watching, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. If you would like to become a member of the channel, it is the pinned comment there. So you can go there and become a member and help support the channel, which keeps us going. It's been a very big week for the channel, and I'll try and post the clip later. But if you did see it, I actually was interviewed by BBC on Thursday, and it aired last night, talking about and I said in the interview that I reckon this could be one of the biggest or best test match atmosphere in South African history, because I think it is so important. We haven't had a game at home soil for 1,050 days. The last time we played on home soil with crowds, is what I meant, was 2019. So I think that we are in for an absolute crack in terms of the atmosphere that Loftus is going to bring. It is Fortress Loftus. The Boks do play very well there. The conditions look absolutely gorgeous, and I think that we're in for a treat. So we've got 4 minutes to go. Let's start getting score predictions in. Score predictions into the comments, please. Let me know who you think is winning, what score is going to be. I want to know what you guys think. Let's get those predictions going. Oliver Lincoln said this is the strongest Wales backline they could ever hope to muster. Yeah, it is a very nice backline. But the biggest issue, I think, is more, can the pack, given them the platform they need to really start expressing it. Grant Watts, 1K watching at the drinking game start tickets for every time someone asks to show the game. So full disclosure, I can't show any match footage. This channel will be shut down very quickly if I do that. We can't do any of that. So please don't even bother asking, because, the reality is we just can't show it. So if you want to watch the game, as I said, there are instructions in the description. Kickoff is set to take place in about 3 minutes' time. so we can move to our studio there. So as you can see, 12,214 subscribers. Let's get that up, shall we? Let's get that up. Come on, guys. There's 1,000 people watching. Let's see if we can break that 13,000 mark. So I'm gonna say, on your mark, get set. When I say go, I want to see like the subscriber thing just. Okay, so on your marks, get set, and subscribe. Let's see them coming in. If you're not subscribed, please do go and subscribe. As I said, for those of you who are new, we will be doing a player rating show where you guys can go on our website and you can rate the players basically between a 1 and a 10. And that's a very cool thing to do because there's so many different opinions and stuff like that. And it's always quite interesting to see what people do rate the players. So kickoff is at 5 o'clock. As I said, the team should be running on any moment now. KPMG is saying SA by 10. Was boss saying bloody load shedding until 6. Yeah, so good news is, in theory, we won't go down for load shedding because we do have a pretty kick-ass inverter, which I almost put my back out trying to lift it out of the car yesterday. It's 96 kgs, by the way, which is about as heavy. I mean, it's heavier than Louis Vuitton. It was not fun trying to put that thing in, but we should be able to stay up the entire match, which is quite exciting. Nathan is going SA by 15. DJ Stuk, what's up? How you doing? Marcel is going 47-17 box. Coronel is going 32-10. SA one, I really hope, says DJ Sand. Cook, intro video showing off my beautiful city on TV. SA by 17, says Luvo. Addis Golds, welcome to the latest member to the Forever Sports Members Club. Welcome. Really appreciate all the members. Our members are growing quite a lot, which is really exciting because we need our members to really help continue to keep the channel going, really. Grant Watts saying, box 2010, Wales to score the first try. Vic's 30 going 37-20. And Mark being the latest person to ask, I'm going to show the game. I can't show the game. Chaps, if you guys are looking for SG on YouTube, I can tell you right now, you will not find one. And if you do find one, it is highly illegal and will not be up for much longer. So, yeah, if you are still looking for a stream, as I said, there's a description, there are links in this description in terms of, I suggest using ExpressVPN, getting Flow Rugby, and you'll be able to watch the entire international season. It also has Bok as the Rugby Championships, so it can work for that as well. There are some Welsh traveling fans, a couple of flowers out there. Love to see it. But I think that, this stadium looks packed. Last couple of people I reckon are jumping on the beers train and hopefully coming in. But I'd love to be there. But you know what's the only reason I wouldn't be there is to be here with you people, because you guys are and the Forever Sports family are quite a lack of art to watch a game with, which is why I'm here, which is why you're here, and why we're here, and why we're not at the stadium. That maybe we can't afford it, maybe we don't have tickets, but either way, this is where it's at. Sadie says, hello from USA. We sailed from South Africa and are now in Maine, USA on our boat. Love to see. Alpha Ning is going 35-17. Here come the Walsh. Mo says, this is the old Miltonian. I'm watching on Flow Rugby on my phone at Washington Square Park by the West Entrance. I'm wearing a box jersey and Giants hat. If you're at the area, stop by and say how's it. Well, there we go. So go out and try to find Mo. You can do a video series in search of Mo. Lewis saying, I think talking about a conversation having with somebody else there. Right, yeah, so here comes the Welsh. Being led out by Dan Bigger. And if he has a good game, well, he's going to have a good game. If they have any shot of going the distance, Dan Bigger's going to have to stand up today and be counted. Yes, you do have to subscribe to Flow Rugby. There are no free-to-air broadcasters showing the game, unfortunately. I did all the research, and I do, as I said, I'll usually do videos showing you guys where, if there are free-to-air broadcasters, which ones there are and how you can watch it. But the entire series is behind a paywall. There are only paid broadcasters showing the game, so unfortunately, you cannot watch it for free. And you can hear the fans are up because here come the men in the green, and well, here comes our three 3 Zulu Chiefs, yes. Do you remember? Do you remember Cape Town? Was it Cape Town? In fact, it might have been Loftus when it was raining and the poor buggers came flying out and the one oak fell and the other one was swink. His legs completely went out. Yeah. That wouldn't be a bad front row, I tell you. Checks how ripped the guy on the right is. My goodness. He needs to hook me up here with a personal trainer. Jeez, like it. Nah, I'm not gonna lie. I saw that coming running towards me. I would not be happy. Like, I would shit myself. Castle Corner. That's where you find me. Tanya Blank, the last person to the Fair Sports Members Club. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Fair Sports community. Right, are we ready? Are we ready? Here come the green and gold. Here comes Sia. Let's go! Let's go! Yeah, I remember last time I was a bot game was in Gqeberha. And yeah. Come on, let's go. And we were standing like four seats from the front. And the pyrotechnics were going, and it was warm. It was warm. I don't think I had too many hairs left on my arm. We were that close to the blooming flames. But Steve, I'll check back to you at halftime. No issues, Mo. Enjoy the game. We'll see you later. Everybody else, settle in for the national anthems. And then we're going. We're moving, boys. We're moving. Georgian referee today. A lot of good things about him, actually. Nick Amashikeli. He's being assisted by Angus Gardner. So, yeah, first time we've seen Angus Gardner since the British and Irish Lions series. So, somebody might get a bit of a clap. Which channel they broadcast this on DSTV? It's on 201, Supersport Grandstand. I think it's 211 as well, will be the rugby channel. So I can't get over how big this oak is. Yeah. Faf. Yeah, he's got a bit of a grin on his face there. Yeah, Meredith silence for Phil Bennett, former Wales fly half, passed away last weekend. Wales will be playing with black armbands in memory of the Welsh legend. Right, who are the VIPs in? It's just because Oxen Chair lost a bit of weight. I think he's looking a bit trim there. Well, we have Mona Sar, and they're gonna have some biltong. Legend now for the national anthems. Oh, the Welsh national anthem is a banger, by the way. Very much on my bucket list to get over to Wales and watch this anthem being sung at the Millennium. I think that will be an absolute belter of it. I mean, guys, we need to go on tour. We need to... Yeah, well done, mate. Take your gum guard out, you idiot. Yeah, there's a bang of an anthem. Okay, who we got? Who was it the other day that was saying that they wanted to sing it? It was Albert Blue. Man, I'm trying to make him relevant again. No, Lucas Brown, you cannot watch the game here. Nobody can show it, unfortunately. Otherwise, Supersport will smack us. Now that is a voice. Who is this? Kibetsa, KB. Who's the flag bearer there? It looks like Olympics there. Is that Tatiana? Von SEC, let's member to Favorite Sports Members Club. We keep the members going here, people. I think I should go sing the national anthem. I wonder if you get paid to do it. I mean, I know you get paid for it, but I mean, I'll do it for free. So if they want to save some money, I reckon I could bang it out. And here comes Loftus. Active life and answer here. Yo, that stadium must be absolutely buzzing right now. Yeah, there's Tatiana. See, I called it. Banger. Yeah, it's pretty packed, isn't it? It's a pretty packed out stadium. We're enjoying this. We're here. We're in for this. Come on! Let's go! All aboard the hype train! Choo choo! A sold out Loftus Versfeld. Right, now let's just hope my flipping scoreboard works this time. And then our data partner doesn't buckle like it did the first time we did this flipping new studio. Right, and we are moments away from kickoff. So, yeah, are we ready? Are you ready? Final score predictions, people. Let's keep smashing the like button. Let's get subscribing. Let's go, people. Let's go. Clayton, we've all been waiting so long for a home test capacity. Loftus really excited. English, beautiful essay anthem. Back in the box to take the dub. Here's the lady holding the flag. That's Tatiana Schoenmaker. Won gold instead of world record at the Olympics last year. She went to Tux actually, so she is a Pretoria girl. France will have with the fridge. Look at him. Two nations have played 37 times. South Africa winning 30, losing 6 of them. South African circle. South Africa has never lost to Wales. And kickoff. The whistle is gone. South Africa playing left to right. That's a shit camera angle. Kick to the normal one. It's Falatau first up. First contribution of the day comes with a tackle from Cheslin Colby. We're moving here, lads. Let's go. Right, Kieran Hardy. It's outside the 22, so we'll be able to find Tush. His first box kick of the day. Needs a good chase. Jasper Wiese under the high ball. Oh, and he's dropped it, so it's a knock on. That's not a good start from Jasper Wiese. Gareth Thomas there at first receiver. Dan Big under a little bit of pressure and a bit of traffic. Decides to take it up himself. Kieran Hardy goes to the left. Had to Clerk up very quickly. We've missed Faf de Klerk in terms of his defensive role. Now Hardy shifting it out to Tompkins. Tompkins going to Josh Adams, cuts inside. Wales up to the halfway line. Gareth Thomas putting the head down, taking it up. It's a big carry from him. Right, now Kieran Hardy was going to put it up to the boot. Another tester here. Phillips first test under the high ball. Taken out in the air, I was about to say. He fumbled a bit there. It is a early penalty. Right, so there we go. First penalty. So not the best first contribution there from Jasper Wiese, but end result is a penalty. So Alton Yankees will be able to kick the box further upfield. Right, let's go. First line of the day, Bongi Manams. Go to the front of the line, and is Loert Diaga, or but it's a contestant, and they have come away with it of Wales. Kieran Hardy, Rowlands. Colby makes the tackle, but Wales up to 10-meter line. Pretty sloppy first line up there. Dan Bigger going to Tompkins. Tompkins out wide to George North. George North, there's an overlap here. Liam Williams goes flat to Reece Samet. Reece Samet, is anyone going to catch him? No, he's not. He's going over. Wales have got the first try of the match. Well, that is the start they would have wanted, and I mean, that's just a horrible start for us. Absolutely horrendous. Oh, dear, 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 dear. That was not part of the plan. So, Loert Diaga, I'm trying to see who it is. I think it's Rowlands there who disrupts it. But the ball falls down to Kieran Hardy, and then they go wide, and there's an overlap, and Williams comes up quickly, and you're not catching. When Reece Samet today got down this right-hand side there, you were never going to catch him. He is so quick. Well, somebody did say earlier that they reckon that Wales will score first, and there it is. The Vuk Experience, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate it. I think it's French ref. No, he's Georgian, I think. Who's the water boy? Any signs of rush? No, not yet. Box can beat the Lions if Box keep their head. The Box did beat the Lions, to be fair. We're now on to the Welsh. Right, Dan Bigger from up against the touchline. He's a very, very good place kicker, is Dan Bigger. Heads down, but it will slide down the right, so it will remain at 5-0. Pretty sloppy start from in the box. I mean, we had the early knock on there from Jasper Wiese. We had a pretty ordinary lineup there. And Wales very much punishing South Africa for being a bit sloppy. Not a good start, you people. Not a good start. Right, Alton Yankees gets us back underway. Throws deep to Faletau. Colby is there as well as Franco Mostert. Kieran Hardy goes upfield. Damien Williams underneath it. Damien Williams are looking to run. Gets away from one, makes a few meters. Not a bad first touch there for Damien Williams. Faf de Klerk going to Jasper Wiese. Solid enough on him from Dan Lydiot. Now back to Alton Yankees. Alton Yankees puts it in the air. It's going to land just outside the 22. It's pretty pinpoint. Mapimpi is there. Liam Williams very good under the high ball, but a lot of players, box players over that ball. But unable to be able to win the ball back. Gareth Thomas is pretty good so far from Wales. Now Kieran Hardy just slowing things down, asking for a few blockers. He will go to the boot. And it's another tester, this time for Alton Yankees. He's brought down by Reece Samet. Have to clear a bit of space, and he's gone straight to Lekanya who has stepped out. That's a bit poor. We kind of look a little bit like a deer in headlights at the moment, don't we? That's not a particularly good start from us. I haven't seen the South African side start this badly in a long, long time. But I mean, there, if Have to clear just not being able to get away from Seacles. He wasn't the best pass out from Lekanya He tried to throw it back inside, but he was already stepping out. So it will be a Welsh line out. We can just calm it down, you chaps. Calm it down. Settle in, you. Let's get the basics right. Right, Ryan Elias with his first line of the day. Goes to Faletau. It's uncontested. Down from Hardy, straight to Bigger. Bigger going with a cross kick to Josh Adams. Josh Adams wants to go to the boot. That's a very well played by David Williams. And surely that's holding, ref. It's gone out for a line out. Clever though by David Williams, as you saw Josh Adams going for the grabber through and just try to get his body in the way, and did stop it. Right, let's have hopefully a bit of a bit. It's almost the exact same place. Last night, Ryan Last goes to Faletau. Once again, it's uncontested. Lure Diago's up quickly, and Franco Master wraps up Kieran Hardy. Lies there, just chopping at a scrum half down here. It's good solid tackle there on him from Jasper Wiese, it looks like. Yep. Now Kieran Hardy just rolling things back. He'll go for the box kick again. Yeah, it's lifted high in the air. Cheslin Colby underneath it. Cheslin Colby, it's a very good take from him. He's brought down by Faletau. Springboks by the 10 meter. Faf to Clerk. Oh, a penalty. For what? No arms tackle. 8 green. Jasper Wiese. Well, it's something that he was supposed to be trying to cut out as his discipline and trying to sort that out. And the no arms tackle early on is not a particularly good way of doing it. Hey, shave the mo. And all of a sudden, Wales will be able to kick themselves into Bok territory. Yeah, the arm just falls away there. It's not a great tackle. But, yeah, I think as Grant says, looking very rusty at the moment. But it's fine. We've got a long 80 minutes ahead, or we're already 8 minutes ahead into the game. But I think just need a couple of things to start coming right here. But Josh Adams is part of the lineout. You don't see that every day. Lift him. They do contest. Etzebeth does win it. Out to Jasper Wiese. Jasper Wiese realizes some steam. Runs to Dan Bigger. Still going, Jasper Wiese. The wrecking ball. Have to Clerk back to Alton Yankees. Alton Yankees goes to the boot. Hasn't got as much purchase as he wants to. Will be a test for Mapimpi. And Reece Zammit comes away with it. Good tackle there by Damien Willemse. Now Dan Lydiot. Roland's carrying up there. Back to Bigger. Not the best kick. He goes for the drop goal. Is it going to get there? Underneath, I think. Time is off. Shit, we might actually have a drop goal here. I mean, the direction was fine. I just want to check to see if it was goes under the crossbar. I mean, that could be pretty brilliant there from Dan Bigger if this has gone through. Jesus, what happened to you, mate? Well, there's blood pouring down the side of Dan Bigger's head. Ah, shit, it's gone over, you know. Well, that's pretty good from Dan Bigger. I mean, it was a pretty poor pass, and nothing else on. He decided, well, let's just have a go, and he's absolutely slotted it. Just behind the 10-meter line, so it's not a particularly close drop kick. I mean, that's fantastic, isn't it? Jeez, like it. Shuttle the Brain, the latest member to the Fair Sports Members Club. Welcome. Thank you for joining. He is getting some treatment, though, is Dan Bigger, for what looks like a hit on the head. Paul says, maybe a good thing behind and under the cush. Lots of time to go. Visa is costing us. 2 whistles against him already. I'm not sure about 2. I think he's only won 1. Great stuff from Yankee, says Bob Nielsen. Real Swart says Jasper Wiese lost his power with the shaving of the moustache. Well, I mean, that carry wasn't too big. I do not look like Jasper Wiese. This whole Steve looks like Jasper Wiese thing needs to go. But I don't have the moustache. Well, I suppose he doesn't have the moustache. For the record, I'm taller than him, by the way. Right, Faletau under that ball against with the restart. And I don't think too many people would have predicted an 8-0 start. These pieces under the high ball. Pretty solid. That's a bit better from him. Now, Fafslip. We haven't seen a Fafslip box kick yet, by the way. Bongi Manums. Top dog. Getting past the halfway line. Faf de Klerk waiting for a couple of options. Now we will see. You ask and you shall receive. Here comes Faf de Klerk from the base of the ruck. Well taken there from Kieran Hardy. Wasn't under too much pressure there, but Cheslin Colby and Jasper Wiese making the tackle. It is available just outside the 22 for Wales. Fatal. Oxenchair making the tackle. They will roll it back, and Kieran Hardy will play a bit more possession based, as we come to expect. But it's charged down by Evan Etzebeth. They'll go out for a line out, so that's a bit of an early warning to Kieran Hardy. So if you're gonna be a bit slow on the trigger there, I'm gonna make your life a bit miserable. I mean, how have you been charged down? Yeah, I was looking for distance rather than height. They go to the back line this time, do Wales. Well taken at the back by Adam Beer, but it's been sacked very well by, I think it was Lurte Jager. Ball available for Kieran Hardy. Looks like he's looking for Dan Bigger in the pocket. He goes to Dylan Lewis, trying to open up a bit of a better angle. Now Kieran Hardy, it's contestable. Jasper Wiese underneath. Right up against touchline. Does very well to actually stay inside. That's well done by the number 8. Fact to clear quick ball there to Francois Herbert, the fridge. Oh, that did not. Are we gonna? Well, the crowd doesn't like that tackle. Alton Yankees lifting it high again once again from a Pimpy to compete with. Reece Zammit was it back before Liam Williams is bundled into. Well, I mean, he's just been thrown. He's just been manhandled there by Sia Khaleesi. Yeesh. Yeah, Sia. Show him. Literally just threw him out. Love it. There's a knock on and there's a line up. So I think there should be an option, yeah. I want to look at this tackle here. See, lots of people wanted to look at this tackle from Faletau, and that doesn't look good for me, eh? That doesn't look good for. I mean, Jasper Wiese was penalised for that. Yeah, time's off. We're gonna have a look. I don't know if we actually are having a look. We're having Francois Herbert's having treatment, as you can imagine, after that tackle. Just had a face in the flipping turf of Loftus. That does. I mean, those aren't two great tackles, are they? I think Faletau is fine there. I think Dan Lydiard's tackle is more the one that we need to be looking at here. No, we're not looking at it. Dear. Alex, can we also just relax? We are 11 minutes into the first test of the international season. So when people are already saying that people are costing us, people need to be replaced, people need to come back, calm down. It is literally not even the 12th minute. Calm. Pretty solid first advantage there for the scrum there. That's what you think. And penalty. There it is. Best front row in the world. 1 scrum, 1 penalty. We're moving. Go for the 3. Matter of fact, go for the corner. Yeah, Francois Herbert. Yeah, saying thank you very much. Do you want to dump me like that? I'm going to flip and bang you in the scrums. How are you so calm? Because it's 12 minutes and we don't. Why would we need to panic? There's no need to panic. We are going for poles. We're going to try and reduce the deficit to 5 points. I will panic when we are at the 78th minute and we are still trailing. But until then. Alright, let's look at the scrum. Pretty solid there, Oxenchair. Lewis goes down under the pressure from Oxenchair. Right, the kicking tee has been brought on, so Alton Yankees will have his first shot at goal. Grasswise says you never want to see an upside down fridge, 100%. Jurgens van Asviak and the latest member of the First Sports Members Club. Welcome. Thank you very much. Right, now I think it's Alton Yankees needs 9 points to become the fourth all-time point scorer for Springboks, actually. Interesting stat. Right, as you can see on the screen, that's where the kick is. So it's about 8 meters just inside. Come on, Alton, let's lock this. Yeah, it's looking good. It's looking good. It's looking good. Oh, it's the upright. Off the upright. Oh, goodness me. And Will Rollins comes away with it. He slammed down by Ches and Colby. Oh, jeepers. That was close. Dan Bigger under a bit of pressure there. Hacking the ball out. It was not a bad end result, actually. That's a bit frustrating. Could have been 3-0 up there. If it just wasn't sneaking in. It just stayed so straight. I think he was hoping to get a bit more bend on it. While Ches and Colby was lurking, if it got the right balance, it could have worked out brilliantly. Yeah, I think we got another stoppage here, so I'm assuming it's an injury. Why have we stopped you, lads? What's going on here? This is a water break. Why are we having a water break? I mean, it suits us because we can actually just regroup a little bit. I just can't believe that we're having a water break. I mean, it's the middle of winter. Well, yeah, that's it. Probably not the worst idea. We'll restart with a line out, and we've actually barely been in Wales half, so probably a good idea just to have a bit of a chat, and then start keeping a bit of ball in hand. Right, going for the rolling more here. There's Lurt Diaga there, taking a while to get going. Lurt Diaga's pretty far off the ground there. Now starting to get a bit of momentum. We're going to have to use it. That's once. Right, Faf Clerk uses it. Goes to Damien Lindy. First carry of the day from him. Runs to Dan Bigger and Nick Tompkins. Makes a few meters as he always does. Faf de Klerk to Lurt Diaga. Off the right shoulder there. Faf de Klerk now to Eminetz by the first receiver. They're not releasing, ref. Thank you. Advantage. It's bang in front of the poles as well. Alton goes to Lurt Diaga. Lurt Diaga sees a half gap. Lurt Diaga going for the half gap. Is brought down by Will Rollins. Faf de Klerk sniping around. Inside brought Damien Lindy. Bit of a juggle from him. Brought down by Faltau. Now my stream has stopped. See who's brought back to me, but yeah. Faf de Klerk, not much on. Decides to put a ball over the top. It's then loose for Evans to go back. So we'll go back for the penalty. Which will be bang in front. So that should be 8-3. Yeah, there was just not even an attempt to release there. I mean, they were trying to hold him up. The referee said it's a tackle release, never released him, and then when it went down, still didn't release it. That was pretty stupid if you ask me. Is he saying offside? Offside as well is the chat. Fair enough. Fair enough.
John, I mean, close by the Springbok bench next to you. There seems to be a lot of composure, even though they trail behind.
Right, Alton Yankees bang in front. Straight through the middle. And we've got our first points of the season. 8 points to 3. Alton Yankees slotting that 3-pointer. And the nice thing is when we've had the ball about twice inside Wales half. We've had 2 penalties so far. So we need a bit more of that, don't we?
8 points secured last kids outside the first 3-test series by Wales in South Africa.
Right, Dan Bigger with the restart going towards the left to Jasper Wiese. Good take from him. Growing into the game quite nicely so far. Kick it top there. Taking out Ian Williams, getting to the side there. First time we've actually seen Tommy Reffel on debut. Gareth Thomas, solid from him. Makes it available to Kieran Hardy. Hardy back to Bigger. Bigger, a bit of a chip and go, but it's charged down by Etzebeth. Lands to Franco Mossick. Oh, what's the issue? Number 5 tackle off the ball. That's Luat Diago. Come on, Luat. We need better from you. We need better from you. How did that hit both posts? Why is Alton playing? Because Jacques Nielbas selected him. JP says catching has been disappointing as well as kicking from Willemse and Alton. I don't think Willemse has kicked yet. When did Willemse kick? I can't remember Willemse kicking the ball. Right, Dan Bigger. It's pretty straight, to be honest. So it's pretty straightforward. I think this shouldn't be much of an issue, yeah. Straight through the middle there. And 11 points to 3. Robin says, easy. If you all watched the All Blacks this morning, Ireland scored first, but then it was bloodbath with All Blacks playing the part of Freddie Krueger. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no need to panic here, people. There's no need to panic. We're not off to a good start, though, I must admit. And Owen Kamani reminding us of the permutations. If we were to lose this match, we would drop off from being the number 1 team in the world. Alton Yankees fires towards Faletau once again. Faletau pretty solid. And Inches and Colby is up to make the tackle, assisted by Eben Etzebeth. Well, but pops out for Kieran Hardy, and Franco Mostard's there. Gets away from the first tackle, but brought down by Luat Diago eventually. Ball's available there. Ryan Lice jumping into that scrum position. Bongi Manumbi making the tackle with Francois Herber. And a penalty. We'll take that. We'll take that. Going straight over. It's against the debutant. Guys, you take the 3 points. This is test match rugby. Go for the 3. Go for the 3. It's early days. Get the scoreboard ticking, you lads. Yeah, and thank you. They've called for the shot, so they will have a shot here. People, please do smash a like on the video. We've got 226 likes. Let's see if we can get to 250. Yeah, and please keep subscribing. We're sitting at 12,305 subscribers, so we get another 700 people to come and subscribe, for example. We hit the 13,000 mark, which would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? We will have the press conference up later, as well as the player rating show after this. So there's a lot of content coming your way in the next couple of hours. But obviously, all eyes at the moment are on Alton Yankees as he lines up his 3rd attempt at poles. 1 successful, 1 not off the pole, off the upright. This should favour his left boot. He's hooked it. Goodness me, mate. That is shambolic. That's very uncharacteristic of him. And Alton Yankees, like a lot of the box at the moment, looking very, very rusty early on at the moment. Jasper Wiese, another tester for him, another high ball. That's a nice carry from him. Quick ball there from Faf de Klerk to Eben Etzebeth. Eben Etzebeth is away from 1. He's brought down by Will Rowlands. Faf de Klerk going to Lute Jager. That's a solid carry from him, getting over the advantage line. Good stuff. Quick ball here. Damian Willemse are going on the ground. Yeah, playing a bit of a territory game. Decides to go to the boot. It's a nice kick in behind and pins Wales back to the 22. Bob Nielsen, can we criticize him now? I mean, if you want to spend your entire stream telling people shit, then go for it, dude. Whatever floats your boat. Right, both teams have lost the line so far. Even Etzebeth has proven to be a bit of a menace around the park. It's a pretty solid looking maul there. Kieran Hardy does use it. He's gone very high there. Josh Adams is circling. Cheslin Colby up, but the ball comes loose. It's picked up by Alton Yankees, gives it away to Damian Willemse. Damian Willemse trying to find a bit of space. Steps aside, Damian Willemse. That's a nice little carry from him. Gains himself a couple of meters just inside the heart. Faf de Klerk goes to Eben Etzebeth. Oh, it's a thumping hit from him. Faf de Klerk to Alton Yankees. Alton Yankees to Damien De Allende. De Allende can't free up his hands. Now Faf de Klerk goes to Jasper Wiese. This is better tempo. Alton goes back to Alton Yankees. He goes to the boot. They've got an advantage. Cheslin Colby goes up and the ball comes loose. But it'll go back for the penalty. And I think we might actually kick for the corner here. Go back for the offside penalty. Yeah, I mean, Dylan Lewis is nowhere there. So decision time here for the box. And looking for the... I mean, it's within the... No, we're going to kick for touch. I like it. Let's do it. And he's got it out on the full. Wake up, man. He's not happy. He reckons that's definitely in there. Oh, we got the TV angle. Yeah, it's not going to help. Oh, that's a bit... That's pretty 50-50, isn't it? Yeah, he was furious because he reckons that it was out in the corner. Oh, great. There's no signal. This may be due to bad weather. Oh, for fuck's sake. I mean, why? And now we're back. Right, so it'll be a scrum back on the halfway line. Not a good start here, chaps. This has been very slow. I mean, we're 40 minutes after the scheduled kickoff, and we're only 25 minutes into the game. Right, come on, big scrum here, chaps. Bit of penalty, and we can try again. Yep, free kick. Yeah, a couple of things there. Kieran Hardy not giving the ball away. But yeah, Dan Bigger not getting involved. A couple of words being thrown around, all pretty ordinary to be honest. I'll take a scrum here, chaps. Yeah, free kick. Advice team is not giving me a ball. Yeah, bagger you, Kieran Hardy. Take a hike. A very slow game. It's just me. Lewis is under the microscope and he knows that, like I said, he's an endangered player. He needs to prove himself. Not off to a good start at the moment. Grant Swart says Wales are playing with that offside line at every breakdown, 100%. Adam says our forwards need to wake up. Can we criticize him? No. Yes, the forwards need to wake up. Lewis, they're not playing Bok Rugby. The forwards are too lackluster. Yeah, we need to get going here, lads. We are going for a scrum, which will be, I think, it's the right call. It's a nice area actually for a scrum. Pretty solid, not much giving there. It's available for Jasper Wiese. Jasper Wiese does pick up off the back of it. He's got Damien Delaney for company, and Dan Bigger just sort of throws him to the floor. Oh, Paul bops around, and Faf de Klerk has booted it ahead. So Liam Williams is backpedaling under a bit of pressure there from Luot Diaga. Good work there from Luot Diaga. Love your work. That's really, really good from Luot. The ball just sort of spun out there, and Faf de Klerk was quick good. And Dan Bigger does find touch. Not a bad touch. Fine, but hey, quickly though, Damien Willemse has got Max on the Pimpy. Damien Willemse almost up to the 22. Faf de Klerk going to Jasper Wiese. That's ref. It's not rolling. Yeah, thank you. Penalty advantage there. Luot Diaga, a bit of show and go from him. Quick ball there from Faf de Klerk to Damien Willemse. It's good offload to Sia Khaleesi up into the 22. And Faf de Klerk, while he tried to go around the outside, Feltau was there. I think it's a new advantage there from the referee for offside. Luot Diaga offload to Alton Yankees through the middle. Alton Yankees the step. And he gets it away to Oxen Chair. Well, that's a way to make amends from it, Alton. Now let's capitalize. Let's finish it. And a couple of pushing and stuff like that from Damien Delaney. The referee's going to have a word with the captains here. Well, it is a penalty. It was a great line read run there by Alton Yankees. 3 players around and did really well as well to get the ball away to Oxen Cheng and let the support arrive. Yeah, a lot of competitive out there. Quite a lot of argy-barging, a couple of pushing and shoving. People not happy out there. Can't really hear what the ref's got to say, yeah? Lewis says Wales are making too many mistakes, but the Bok forwards need to get into the game and they'll take a lot of pressure from Faf and Yankees. Sia looks like he wants to murder something. Earlier, I tell you what, just clap one time. Yeah, Dan Bigger having a lot to say to the referee, asking what the difference between that, what happened there and earlier. He also needs to get some attention. He's got a lot of blood on the left of his neck there. Get Wiese and Domschies out the squad now. I think Wiese's actually been pretty decent after the first 5 minutes, but hey. Literally, after you see an early penalty and dropped the ball early on, and since then he's had a couple of very good carries and he's been fine under the high ball. The question is, what are we going to do? So far, Colby has made 8 tackles, Feltau has made 7 tackles, Jasper Wiese has made 6 tackles, Etzebeth made 6, and Ryan Elias has made 6. Right, it's penalty up against the touchline, so we will go for the corner. That's the plan. Right, this time he does find touch. Right, opportunity time here, lads. Right, first things first, find your line of jumper. You've got a couple of options here. You've got Frank Moss, you've got Luot Diaga, you've got Eben Etzebeth. I'd imagine Luot will be the target here. It is Luot. Early shove there from Wales. Box trying to sort of just set things up. Not really getting much go forward ball so far. Bongi Manambi just controlling things at the back. Now we're starting to get a bit of a walk on. They're going to have to use it here. Use it now as the call. Perhaps Clerk does go to Damon Delendi. Puts his head down. Solid carry from him. Now Etzebeth off the shoulder. It's a solid tackle on him. Faf de Klerk to Damon Delendi. Been caught on the ball from Adam Beard. Needs a bit of support, chap. Need a bit of direction in the tag. Go back to Alton Yankees in the pocket. Alton Yankees lifts it high in the air for Chesson Colby. Against Josh Adams. It's an knock on. Liam Williams does ground it, but it comes off Josh Adams, so it should be a 5-meter scrum. What? Why have we got a water break? I can't understand why we've got drinks break here. And we're having a drinks break every 20 minutes. It's not even hot. It's like 17 degrees. It's 14 degrees where I am, which means it must be the same at bloody Loftus. Look, Bongi Manambi is having treatment, but he did say a break. I mean, what's going here? A very slow game. As I said, it's going to take us about an hour to play this first half, which it cannot happen like this. We've got to look at speeding up games. We cannot have rugby games taking, over like 2.5 hours. Let's get going, people. Speaking of get going, if the boss could get going, that'd be phenomenal. Because at the moment, we haven't really rocked up, have we, so far? It's been a bit scrappy at the moment. Yeah, I suppose there's the whole mandate from World Rugby that they want to get fewer people onto the park and stuff like that. But I mean, it hasn't really worked so far. What's it they were saying that it has to be medical people unless it's a scheduled water break. But anyway, it's the goal line dropout for Wales. Although I don't think you need 2 water breaks during the half. Willemse underneath it. With lateral now runs into Kieran Hardy. After Clerk's there. Oxen Chair, his first carry of the day, I think. Pretty solid carry as well. Now Alton Yankee starts the inside ball to Colby. What's a big hit on Colby. There's a bit of a gap, but it was well covered. Luatiaga, he's been full of running so far today. He's been pretty solid, actually. And penalty because there's nobody bloody cleaning. Where is everybody at the moment? What are we doing? So it's the man on debut, Tommy Raphael, who makes the steal. But there was just nobody with Luatiaga. Not good yet, chaps. Not good. Half time could be needed here, I would say his ref paid off by sorry. I do feel sad for Wales. They are usually much better than this. It's more sad to see them so poor. Alton is always like this. How many times he messed up? Yes, there's a Bitcoin news view. When the Box decides to play, they'll be in serious trouble. But ball over the top has been intercepted by Yankees. The ball comes away to Reece Zammit. Who's going to go over? How has that happened? Yeah, the ref got a double blow, but really. Well, I don't know how that happened, but that's not gone well. That's not gone well at all. Went over the top there. And that's so unlucky. It is so unlucky. Unfortunately, it's kind of looking like one of those days, isn't it? Well, Remember, what is it? 2018. Was it 2018? Was it 2000, when we came back against England? Was it 2019 actually? Now that I say that. We had to come behind from half time. At this stage, we could be going into half time 18 points to 3. Time to wake up here, chaps. Time to wake up. Dan Bigger adds the extra 2. And the Boks will once have another restart. Far too many restarts happening this half. So Alton Yankees comes across his line. I mean, he's almost tackled out the ball, just on the air from Tompkins, and then the ball just comes loose and falls perfectly for Reece Samet, who's on so quickly. Doing the restart's gone too far. I mean, we've literally gone there every single time. What a stupid comment. Right, Kieran Hardy at the base of the ruck. Not looking for touch. Putting pressure on the Jasper Wiese. Yomanambi, way to Oxen Chair. Strong leg drive from him, making a few meters up into the half there. Back to Dame Willems in the pocket. Dame Willems puts the ball in the air. Franco Mostert is chasing hard. Kieran Hardy takes the catch before being hit by Franco Mostert. No scrum off the options here. Kieran Hardy is rolling things back. David Willems, now what can you do? Steps away from one. Needs a bit of support here. Can we just stop with these crappy camera angles? Jasper Wiese putting his head down up towards the right-hand side. It's a bit better. Faf to Kirk back inside. Ball goes to nobody. And Lua Yaga comes away with it. And it's a knock-on. Jeez, like it, Oaks. Adam says it's got to be the worst half of rugby since Kutsia. Yeah, very much so. You just don't like we have much of a plan at the moment. That's what I'm saying. It's a free try. Rev says, well, there goes our number 1 rank. Look, I mean, let's not panic just yet. We do have a second half of rugby to play. But that was pretty aimless from Faf to Clerk. It looks like a side that hasn't played in a long time. We're looking very poor. Speaking of very poor, my flipping DSTV signal's been very poor. Right, Willems, 4 carries, 58 meters run, 2 defenders beaten, 2 twice gain line success, and 2 passes. Bitcoin says if Alton doesn't go off, I'm not watching anymore. I mean, if a player means you're going to not support your national side, then I don't think we need you watching, to be honest. Whereas Rusty, we need him. He did so good. Oaks, let's really not do that. Every single time we win, it's Rusty's fault. Every single time we lose, it's Darky Nalga's fault. Rusty Rasmus is not out there dropping balls and playing like shit. So I don't think it's going to make much of a difference there. I can't believe you actually thought Yankees was good. Yeah, well, I mean, he did win the Super Rugby Player of the Decade, so it's not just me. They thought they just need to show up, says HJH. This is why you play for form players, especially in your first game. Got guys that haven't played in 6 months. Yeah, but at the same time, when are they supposed to play? You know, as I said, if we need to have a poor game now so that we're ready for New Zealand, then I wouldn't mind having a poor game now. I mean, it's a small price to pay. There is no excuse. You have been training a while, but yeah, we need to actually start pull up our socks here. We need to pull up our socks. If we can get a try before halftime, go into halftime 10-18. Robert says no continuity. Lewis said our prime weapon is defense, so if the forwards don't dominate the contact and then kick away possession because they're going to do poorly. not a bad looking scrum there. They do go down the left-hand side here. See, Khaleesi makes a tackle and Dan bigger. I thought he was going to try and get his hands on the ball there. Fairtile picks up and goes. Kieran Hardy to Dylan Lewis. Tackled by Lua Diaga. Knock on advantage. Well played by Eben Etzebeth. He was quick onto that. Ball's available. Faf de Klerk arriving here. Alton Yankees long pass out to Damien Dealindi. Oh, he hands off Dan Lydiot. Can he get to the... Oh, ball inside Damien Phillips. So go, Damien! Ball inside to Faf de Klerk. Has he got the pace? He doesn't have the pace. He's been brought down by Dan Bigger, who's not running away, ref. He's not... I mean, that is so cynical. Penalty advantage. Up towards the 5-meter line. Alton Yankees. Off to Eben Etzebeth. Penalty advantage. We need quick ball here. Franco Mostert almost fumbling that side and taking it up himself. Not too many options there for him. Now Faf de Klerk has emerged. Gives it to Damien Dealindi, who puts his head down. Popping up to Oxenchair. That's a nice carry. Started by carry. Almost up to the 5-meter line. Pop off to Cheslin Colby. Cheslin Colby hasn't much to do yet. Comes inside. Gets the offload away to Damien Dealindi, who does knock it on. So we'll go back for the penalty. Well, I mean, what a break that was. Damien Dealindi with a lovely little offload after taking the hit. Lewis says Graham is very right. This is SA's big problem. We rate players based on worth of their names, not their performance. Again, it's not even half time yet. If you play like this against New Zealand, we might see a repeat of 2017 again, with 37 minutes into the first game of the season. Yeah, Bigger's been yellow carded. Yeah, good. It was so cynical. It was so cynical. It's not rolling away. I mean, you can argue all you like, Dan, but I mean, it was ridiculous. But it's not the note. I think it's the tackle wasn't the issue. It's the right. Pop into the corner here, chaps. Dan Bigger's off. That's one of their biggest players. We're going for the line here. So as I said, nice penalty. If we can get a try here, then we're a little bit sitting a bit better, aren't we? I got a Franco Mostert at the back. Good take from him. Massive shove so far from Wales. Not getting too much go forward ball. That's use it once call. Use it. Faf de Klerk has to use it. The ball's gone down. That is so fucking amateur, Oaks. He's been told to use it 3 times. Doesn't use it. It's been held up. Here we have been shocking. Shocking. I mean, really, guys. Yeah, I said, so we can hop on by one player, but the reality is the entire side is not rocked up today. This pack has not dominated Wales, as everybody kept saying. And this is the thing, everybody kept writing off Wales. And they're not a bad side. They're a much better side than their Six Nations team reflect. So, 18 points to 3. We have been very much outplayed so far in this first half. We have been shocking, absolutely shocking. Right, scrum here. The only option for us here will be to try and find a scrum penalty. It's a big shove, but Fairtile uses it quickly. Forced to Faf de Klerk, and the hooter will go. But that's with East on the ground. No, ball's available. There goes the hooter. That'll be half time. And Liam Williams just puts it into the crowd. And after 40 minutes, some of the worst 40 minutes we've seen the Springboks play in a long time.
clock this first goal. They expect a lot more. But Blues, 2 tries in the first half. First time score against South Africa.
Right, half time, 18 points to 3. Not the half we thought we would see. A bit of a wake-up call there, I think, for a lot of those players. Work to do. Work to do. Trail by 15 points at half time. That's more than 2 tries. Need to be a bit more expansive. Probably need to keep the ball in hand a little bit more. We need our forwards to start rocking out. We have been very, very average. The scrums have been all right. The lineouts have been getting a bit better, but it's definitely not been a slick performance. A very rusty performance so far from the box. Hopefully, we'll see a big improvement in the second half. Until then, go and get your beverages. We're going to have a short break, and I'll be back with you guys in just a few. And yeah, let me know what you thought about the first half in the comment section, and I'll see you guys now.
Dip low. When you dip that low, you're basically on your knee. The little inside option, the little play out the back, because you can't adjust once you're from that moment. Very nervous start, jittery start, and pretty much. That's what we sort of picked up here, Sean. That jittery start sort of picked onto it, and it made it feel a bit anxious. Because all of a sudden now, players are trying to build, they're overrunning the ball, everyone is trying to be putting the pressure onto the ball. So what we really need is to calm down, because what's going to happen, especially in the chase match, is that you're going to get exploited from those kind of jittery starts. Because it is all about possession, it is about territory. South Africa's had the territory, but the possession that they've had, they haven't been able to convert that into points. The 2 tries by Wales as well, just using their opportunity. South Africa's opportunity has been far and few into points. That needs to change in the second half. The second try was just luck, they tossed the ball over the top to Nick Tompkins, the Yankees ran up, but actually comes back off his heel. He's done it otherwise he would have been offside, he scored it. The first try was we tried to do an exit play, Seattle is there to rip the ball. You're the opposite, loses it in the transfer, the counter punches out. Savage scores a double. What we do have though, is the second half that's Steeler for a heck of a game, because the box will have to come out their shells. If the scoreline was the other way around, the box would just constantly sit in their structure. We can't do that. We'll have to play. Also, whenever we do get to the 22, our ball's not getting any better. So maybe the dip in our playing in the vacuum, or what I did pick up is we're doing it like sort of sitting in
Not at all. It's a bit of an option taking in the kicking game, especially if you look back at what Damian Bennett has done down on the field, just putting the ball on the ground, because we know that they're quite tall, they're very comfortable on the high ball. So where you want to put the ball, you want to put it on the floor, and that way you can give yourself a much more of the 50-22 opportunity, and then you play it into the half. It comes to variation from the line-out where you can play to the vacuum. The general of this game, I think the Yankees have not had a good first 40. He has not played a lot of rugby this year either. We probably, if you look traditionally at the South African team, we probably won't go to 80. So what if we South African team? That's a tricky one. We'll probably look at that. But it's still not needs to go to his strength. Yeah, that's playing towards the line. And don't force it. We're kicking a little bit too early in the set for me. And if we do kick, I think we're better kicking through now and passing it back 20 meters and then kicking across kick. But it's not getting the desired results at the moment. Britain must go too well. They have been so brave in defense and took their hands up. But also, we've allowed them to be in the game by not dominating and not it's not playing enough option. And you can't be too conservative when you play a defense that's leg chop and hard on the ball. So that's what is being created. You can
and they will bring some energy. So 18 pretty up at halftime for Wales. Do they now go with the South well, they've done anything. It's made it happen. That's all they have to do. And after that, we just work on mistakes. It's perfect for their game. And it's almost what the American wants to have. So what they will love to do is put the pressure back on and just make sure that they don't leave any inside. Can South African come back started? What is the message at our time? The message is straight up. We've had our bad footing. Well, they've had the good footing. And let them stick into your structure. Play the little options. The game will come to you. The risk is now by forcing it. You can run into trouble. But I reckon we've got to pull the bench quite early. Obviously, we're limited in the back. We've got to get our fresh track of ball. Ball is going to be the key one. You get over the game line. They're going to receive penalties. They don't have much of a back.
We are back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Forever Sports after a very, very disappointing first half. Cool. We are back. We're moving, and yeah, listen, guys, it's not going well. It's not going well, is it? Probably the worst 40 minutes we've seen from the Boks since 2017, potentially, maybe. Yeah, no, that's not good at all. So we need a big second half, and I think the issue is far larger than. I don't think Faf de Klerk's had the best day. Alton Yankees has been at a shocker so far. But to be honest, Damian Willemse has looked good with the ball. But has anybody else played well today? Yeah, I think Louis Diaga's had a couple of decent contributions, but we've had a very quiet game from Bongi and Benambi. We've had a very quiet game from Eben Etzebeth. Our pack today has looked very, very average. Very average. You know, we kept talking about the fact that, you know, this pack is you can't stop this pack, but they've just not rocked up today. And as a result, we've had very little front foot ball for the back line to use. We are still insisting on kicking possession away at pretty much every opportunity we get. And I think that we need to go back to our strengths. You know, I think we need to be a bit more accurate. And we're not chasing a game, which means keep ball in hand, throw the ball around. Let's see what can happen, because at the moment it's not working. And Wales are ahead by virtue of them just using the opportunities. You know, I think that they've defended pretty well, but I wouldn't say that Wales have been phenomenal today. I think we've been really poor. Wales have fronted up. Let's give them credit. They've defended them more particularly well. But 2 tries that came from mistakes, you know. Look, the second try is a bit of a free try. I mean, the ball pops out the back and lands in front of Reece Emmett. You can't control too many things like that. But, you know, that first try was from a botched line-out. So, yeah, we've just not been at the races today. And hopefully we've got a big half-time talk happening at the moment. We're going to see a big second half coming. But we're going to be chasing a game. And we've got to score quite quickly. We've got Dan Bigger in the bench for about 8 more minutes, I reckon. So let's hope that we can actually capitalize. If we can score a quick try after half time, get some momentum, then hopefully we can pull it through. But yeah, it's a team that looks like they're very rusty. I think a lot of these players haven't played in quite a while, and it shows. There hasn't been that much accuracy. I mean, just small things. How many times have we seen people run into each other? Like, we don't look like a well-oiled machine at the moment. You know, we've got like Faf de Klerk running into forwards. We've got forwards running into backs. There's no space. There's no structure. There's no system. It looks like a very, very average side at the moment. So that needs to change. But what are we saying here, people? Where we at? Patimo was saying Willemse is showing class at 15. Box losing means we drop 2 positions on rankings. If there's a team that can pull off a comeback in the second half, it's the Springboks. Don't give up hope. 100%. Rather listening to Steven on Forever Sports, Super Sport got the craps commentators, Owen, Robbie, and Jean. Oh dear. Clayton says, I trust the box can turn it around. Luva says, clear box are a quality team forcing strategy that isn't working for them today. This team looks out of ideas already, says Tokolo. Albert says, I agree with Jean. Devere Skalkberger. Youngster needs to come off. The issue is we don't actually recognize 10 on the bench. So Villy LaRue or Damien Willems can slot in there, but they haven't been playing at 10 for a while. Kanyiswa says the entire team has been shit because our match has been packed, says MC. Visa has been decent. Yeah, I think Visa grew into the game. I think he had a very poor opening first 5 minutes. But since then, I think he's been a lot better. Or they're saying Kanyiswa says that Visa needs to come off. So unless our forwards absolutely bum rush and bash Wales, we're getting nowhere. The pack has been poor at ruck time. Visa was not bad with the exception of the start. Shida says this team is out of sync. Second half, the Diesel will kick in all the parts. Argue with the ref, just play here and leave the ref alone, play the game. A couple of later comments here. Everyone's saying how clever is the 6-2 split now? He needs to change up the back line. Still think Box will win, but more physicality against Wales. Holland would have been great to bring off the bench now. I really don't see how someone like Liebach would do a worse job. Clayton says Alton's been poor, but he would have been expecting much more front football, especially with the pack selected, 100%. Liebach had a good season. I think he'll be a good fit. Guys, Liebach is not a Springbok fly half. Look at the way he plays, chaps. We can't look at the way Stormers play. I mean, you literally want to select one of the most attacking-based fly halves in the country to play a tactical kicking game, and he doesn't have a good tactical kicking game. So, David says a statistic that shows the Boks have lost more times than win when they play against teams that have been carded. Bad Springbok selection. That's the problem. Right, Liam Williams gets us underway because Dan Bigger is in the sin bin. Early touch there for Loert de Jager, who's tried hard today, been one of the better forwards, I'd say. Have to. Penalty for offside. That's a nice start.
Very strict on that area of the game. Consistent with his approach for both sides.
And Dave Vince is going to use his right boot. And he doesn't find touch. I mean, for fuck's sakes, Oaks. Williams underneath it, gets tied up by Williams. That's really poor. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Faf de Klerk goes to Bongi Manambi down the short side. Well, Villaroo is on for Alton Yankees, by the way. So that's why Damien Willems. So we'll actually see if Willems is sitting at 10 or is Villaroo slotted at 10. It looks like Damien Willems is slotted in at 10. Well, his first contribution of the half has not been a good one, but kick ahead to Liam Williams is quite. Penalty against rolling away. Yeah, Rux. We are not having a good time here, are we? So the penalties were not rolling away at the breakdown, which is quite frustrating because Dan Bigger's got 6 minutes left in the bin here, and Liam Williams is very much slowing things down. Mr. Ref.
Making mistakes and just not getting the basics right. You can see Liam Williams taking all the time in the world to line down that clock with Dan Bigger in the sin bin.
Right, Liam Williams also doesn't find touch. Gives it to so Faf de Klerk gets the ball inside from Damien Willems, and he does find touch this time. It's a good touch find as well from Faf de Klerk. Johnny Nasser told everybody's Wales are going to win. Hey, still a half day to go. Because I've never known the coach said to bench anyone purely on a bad performance. Actually, been that bad. No, not true. We have seen players being pulled. It says Liebach, yes, and like I say, we try to win the game with the same World Cup team, 2019 team, whilst we have two URC teams final full of youngsters. Oxen Chair wasn't in the World Cup team. Jasper Visa wasn't in the World Cup team. We've got two Davidsons on the bench. I'm not. I mean, let's. I mean, 2 days ago, we all loved the team. We all loved the selection. We all said it was the right selection. It was the right team. It's very easy to sit just saying, well, we've just decided that Evan Lewis needs to play, but you can't. We don't just throw players into different systems and for the sake of it. There'll be an opportunity. We've got Alric Lowe and Sal Murat, who are set to come on to make their test debuts later. That's the start of the youngsters. Adam says bring on the sub front three, and yeah, I think that's the thing. We will see the change in the front rows. Yeah, we need a big impact from the bench at the end of the day. So hopefully we can get a bit of a bomb squad effect here. Looking back at the tries, yeah, the first try was well worked, but again, it's just from a mistake. They butchered line out and then they ran a couple of phases. Right, line out time. We're finally back underway. Ibn Smith goes up, and it's a bit of a messy line out. It pops up to Dylan Lewis, and it's brought down by Loot Diaga. So Wales pinned back towards the 22, but they won't have the safety of the 22. Kieran Hardy thought about going down the short side, but it's best shifted to make sure it wasn't an option. Will Rowland's carrying it up. Kieran Hardy dummies and goes himself. Bit of a half gap for him. Quickly closes. So that's not the brightest thing to do, Kieran Hardy. You've got no fly half. You've now taken it yourself. And penalty. There it is. Good stuff. Jasper Wiese. It was fast as well. Don't want to kick out. They know it's the block of strength. You're right. This is a good team. And they're playing into those stupid mistakes and messing it up. Right. Well, this is what I was saying. We're going to kick for touch here. It will be Faf de Klerk who'll kick for touch. Don't think the bomb squad going to make a difference this round. Jean says you also don't leave out the best 8 in the country. Please, I can coach the box better than I promise you. Promise you can't. So did Nino give them a good talking to? Well, I like to think so. But yeah, Stanley has gone straight off his feet at the breakdown. Decent kick from Faf de Klerk. We're on the 5 meter. I mean, Wales can see at 9 penalties. And we haven't been able to capitalize it. I mean, how poor is that? How uncharacteristic of us is that? Right, they go to Loot Diaga, front of the line out. They have shifted the contact point, though. They've spun it towards the right, and it is penalty advantage. Faf de Klerk thinking about taking it quickly. He does take it quickly, and he fucking... Okay, it wasn't from the mark, thankfully, because he had fucking butchered that. Ish. Genre, I don't care if you're a rugby coach. You literally just said you'll be a better coach than the head coach of the Springboks. By virtue of the fact that none of us have ever heard of what team you coach, no, you couldn't coach the side better than they can. Like, I'm glad you're a rugby coach. Congratulations, but yeah, I'm telling you now that you're not the better coach. Sorry, dude. Maybe in 10, 15 years. But until you start coaching a Super Rugby side, I don't think you get to start saying that you're the better coach than the national coaches. Players are missing Super Rugby. You can't say that after 45 minutes. That looks like a better set more. Right, there it is. There it is. There it is. On the run, on the run, on the run. Bongi Imanami over. We're moving. We're moving. There it is. That's the start we want. That's the physicality we need. That's what we like to see. Better. Much, much better. Lemonade Love says, I'll put Aronsa on 15 and Willemse on 10. Yeah, it took a while for the forward pack to really get... This is the more we've been waiting for. This could be a bit of a turning point, actually. Because, well, we've been waiting. We've been waiting to see. That's the whole point. We've been waiting to see the physicality of this pack and the dominance of this pack, and we haven't seen it yet. That's kind of what we've been waiting for. Bongles, Manams gets the try. Could very well be his last contribution, actually. I reckon we'll see the replacement front row in the next 5. As I said, Malcolm Marks is busy getting instructions from Bongo. And Damien Willemse has taken over the place kicking duties. Now, this actually scares me, to be honest. He's playing with confidence at the moment, so hopefully... But I wonder how many kicks he's... I mean, he hasn't had a kick in a competitive game in all season, I don't think he's kicked for poles. Yep, good kick there from Willemse. That'll be a nice confidence booster. Right, and we're through. 10 points to 18. That's what we like. That's what we like. Obviously, that's the box we know and love. Willie seems to be leading here. Go Bongies is Paul. Rugby watches in game says Faf is funny man. He needs to calm down. That was nearly a wasted penalty. Try time. Still a lot of work to do. Says Frank van der Merwe. Take Alton out of the stadium just in case. Luba says if Wales lose this game, this will be a meat and drink for one of the underdog teams in the World Cup. Robin says, come on, here we go. And those naysayers and armchair coaches, shut up. Much better. More, says Grant. HH says, another one, and we might pull this out of the fire. Well, that's the thing. You score another try, and all of a sudden it's a 1-point game. Almost a bit of a fumble there from Lute. Oh, but he's burst through, and he's got Vincent Cock down the inside. Go, Lute! Oh, yeah, if you gave it to Colby, could have been away. But what a run there from Lute Jager. That's a bit better. Now after clear, quick ball there to Jasper Wiese. Solid carry from him. Quick ball again from Faf de Klerk to Damien Willemse, who goes to the boot. Marcus Olma Pimpy is chasing hard. And Dan Bigger, who's on, takes it well. Under a bit of pressure, though. And it's a penalty from Lecanio, the GOAT. That's it. That's it. David says, I wonder if Altitude will kick in. Who scored the try? Bongi Manambi. Sorry, Stephen Games live. And yeah, I know, that's going to be taken down. Yeah, people are really stupid. And it's actually like it's a bit of a problem there because, yeah, you can't have Oaks just flipping. I mean, I love how, do you know how serious that shit is? Like, if you can track down whoever's streaming on YouTube and you could sue them for like a lot of money. So I don't understand people who are that dumb. So Faf is taking over the kicking duties. Cooks for the corner. But yeah, Lure just burst. He had chosen Colby there. I think he needed to get offloaded. And it just falls in front of a Pimpy and Lucanio who are over in such a strong position. Right, let's go. Let's go. Malcolm Marks to Lute Jager. Solid. All right, let's see if this couple of fresh forwards can get us back on the front foot here. It's been held up so far pretty well from Wales. We're going to have to use it. Malcolm Yarks breaks away. His legs are taken by Tommy Raffel. Fab to click up to Lute Jager. Lute Jager. I think Lute Jager for me is putting his hand up for man of the match from a Bok perspective. He's been really good. Oh, that did not look like a good tackle at all. No, actually, oh, stop. He's not fucking moving. Billy LaRue to Chaz and Colby. Colby inside. I want to know if old Thomas France all right. He went straight down. That should have been called very quickly, Mr. F. Yeah, Thomas France is going to receive some attention, yeah. Payment versus I'm so good at the breakdown. Grant said I do not want to see Alton's players' rating score. I'm the better coach in my couch. Think I win the internet. Yes, boys, we back, says JP. Yeah, this should have been called off. It was a really bad tackle technique. He just dives at Stephen Kitzel, but he's out like a light immediately. How the ref doesn't stop this, I don't know. Yeah, that's just that Thomas France. He's just come on, and he's going to be off here. Ish. That didn't look too lacquer. Ulrich Lowe comes on to make his test debut. Welcome, son.
With you at one stage in the Eastern Cape. What a talent, Albert Lowe on debut. Exceptional talent, Albert Lowe.
I'll have some Bolton in the meantime. And Quaka. So Franco Master and Sia Khaleesi off for Ulrich Lowe and Quaka Smith. So the only people left on the bench is Salman Murat and Hershey Yankees. So we've very much emptied the bench.
On the field for Ryan Elias and Adam Jones.
And Alwyn Jones on for Wales.
Thomas Francis is a more considerable scrummager. Would have been able to perhaps stop a bit of a rot that they might have had in the scrum.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for Thomas Francis at all. And the big thing is that Dylan Lewis, who has just gone out in the parks, and have to come and play basically a full 80 because I think he literally must have been off for about 2 minutes. Outside the canvas says, nice to see George North again. Crosswell says, Chesney left Josh Adams for dead there. Second half looking better, 100%. Philip Frost says, kicking every single ball, no variation. Sorry, it's a bad game plan. Adam said, I like to see Kitsoff Marks Cox start a game. I don't really mind it. Lewis says, I feel sorry for Diaga. He is so underrated for by the current management. He needed to show up today. I wouldn't say he's underrated at all. Looking at the highlight, this is why Yasser Visa still on. I had a bit of a shaky first 5 minutes, but he's been very good since then. Yellow card, that's why he's faking that injury. He's definitely not faking that injury. He was out like a light. Robin said, this will speed up the game. It's the bomb squad time. The referee likes his water breaks. No, well, this is an injury break.
For the future, yes, Babita, 26 years old, great performance with Leinster.
Yeah, a bit of an extended break here whilst Thomas Francis receives his treatment. It's getting a bit chilly all of a sudden. The sun's gone down. The electricity is currently off. I have to find myself a jacket for the player rating show. Jasper Vies has made 11 carries, 40 meters made in those 11 carries.
They must have celebrated last weekend when the Pumas were crowned the Currie Cup champions. Just making sure Thomas Francis is safely.
Yeah, Thomas Francis going off in the golf cart doesn't look good for him at all. So hopefully there's nothing more precautionary than anything else. But that didn't look good at all. It's a pretty poor tackle technique, and there will be a penalty, but he is not doing well at all. Size Canvas says, the magician, JP said, quite got to set up Ulrich for a try. France, a big loss for Wales if he misses the next game, considering the new concussion laws. If he gets classified badly, I think he will. His boss says, lucky Ulrich along with the rest of the boss. Visa highlights looks awesome. Diaga man of the match right now for sure. Right, here we go. Malcolm Marks to Luat Diaga at the front of the lineout. So far, it's well stopped. Moving a bit towards the right. Need to shift it back to the left, but it is starting to move forward. Keep grafting. Malcolm Marks goes himself. Oh, Malcolm Marks with the strength. Come on. And we're back. Malcolm Marks off the back of the maul. Had the strength. Decided to go himself. Backed himself. Straight over. And that's what we need all of a sudden. First 10 minutes, and with the kick to come, we could be 1 point behind. See what I said? Don't stress. No need to stress. Yeah, I mean, it's Malcolm Marks versus Kieran Hardy. Who's winning that fight? The 11th try, career try for Malcolm Marks. He's an absolute unit. Right, Dane Valencia with place kicking duties. Obviously, says the bench doing serious work. Rugby saying I must be about 5 minutes behind on Sky Sports UK. Marks has the spot. I'm sorry to say, but I hope to not see Vermeulen again. I'm keen on the youngsters coming up. I think Wayne Vermeulen still has a lot to give the green and gold. Great that taking off Mustard Wales don't even kick out. So a while ago you said no chance for Willems at 10. I said he'd be deadly at 10. The guy will save the day for South African team. No, I'll tell you right, he will not start at 10 for the Boks unless there are injuries. I still don't back him at 10, to be perfectly honest. I back him as utility back. They can play 10 if he needs to, but unfortunately, that is why he can't play 10. Because he's pulled that kick across the face of the poles. He's not a particularly good place kicker. We have now missed 8 points. We've left 8 points out there so far. 6 from the boot of Alton Yankees and 2 from the boot of Damien Willemse. No, Damien Willemse was a 12, a 15, and then maybe a 10. But, right, so 15, 18. That's for Visa under the high ball. Runs into Ellerman Jones and Reese Kerr, who's on, and it's a penalty. I mean, that's so annoying. That is so annoying. You've just scored to get back within 3, and you conceded a flipping penalty. They'll kick this over, and it'll be a flipping 6-point lead. Oh, you idiots. You idiots. Trying to see who. That's so. That's so frustrating. That is so frustrating. You just score a try. You've got the momentum. You're within 3 points. And then you go, I mean, you've just gained 5 points, and now you give to 3 away. So we've gained 2 points. Yes, because, I mean, Dan Bigger will get this. Yeah, no issue there from Dan Bigger. Obviously, says this exact scenario why these guys are on the bench and not starting. Very much so, I think, especially when it comes to the front row. I think they really do suit the second half. Cheap penalty says LB 100%. SJ says we can get a kick in 15, maybe you can get 10. Nah, I don't. I mean, you shouldn't be looking at. For me, you shouldn't have to go and find somebody who can kick for goal at 15 because your fly half can't do it. You know, but also I just don't think that he manages the game well. More than enough to be fly half. I think that he's very deadly. I think he's very exciting with ball in hand, as Willem said, but I don't think he's got the game management to play a fly, especially for the Boks. Right, decent take there. Kieran Harley will use the boot. Hasn't really. No, sorry, it's not Connor. It's Thomas Williams is on now. Kieran Colby under the high ball. Haven't seen too much of him. Need to see more of him. Faf de Klerk to Vincent Koch. First carry of the day for him. Faf de Klerk goes to the boot, and it's swirling up in the air there. And Colby was uncontested there. Pretty well taken in the end. Good take there from Vincent Koch. Willie Leroux at first receiver there. Evan Etzebeth. And Faf de Klerk see a bit of space out on the left. And the ball is just going to fizzle. Stop. That's not gone well, Faf. Yeah. Bit of a nothing kick there. He wasn't really going for a touch. So too much from Faf. Ms. Boss said he must get a forward to kick for pole, someone like John Eels. There must be someone. Risa sometimes have a brain fart now and again. So it'll be a scrum on the 10 meter. And these are going to be put right underneath the hooker's feet and put straight up because they can't afford to scrum against this front row. Because this front row will decimate them. Have some Biltong while we have this set. They use it and they go towards the right. Reese Dammit chips ahead. Billy LaRue is backtracking. Under a lot of pressure is Billy LaRue. Under a lot of pressure as Billy LaRue needs a bit of support. It does come in the form of Damien J. Lendy. Malcolm Marks is back as well. As Quacker Smith. Quacker Smith's wearing Nike boots. You don't often see that, do you? Right, Faf de Klerk will... He's also wearing Nike, to be fair. We'll find a touch finder. Not the best touch finder. Just outside the 22. Right, we have another water break here. TPS, I've said repeatedly, Visa's not a test player. He's a club rugby player. Even a 5-year-old has better concentration than him. I mean, he's probably been in the top 3 best players for us today. But apart from that, yeah, sure. Says, Box need to remember that they were playing from behind since you started munching on the Biltong. We've been on it. Biltong, 100%. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm a fan of these water breaks, to be honest. I don't feel like it's made much of a difference in terms of keeping the other officials off and stuff like that. Chaps, I'm going to have to put a jersey on. I mean, a jacket on. It's flipping cold. Chaps and ladies. Ladies and chaps. Yeah. Yeah. And we're back. Solid lineup there from Dewey Lake. Try and go for the more here. It's right, and he's just walked out. Touch called there, chaps. Well, that was good. That was weird. I mean, he just kept walking. I mean, do you think he looks down and looks at the line and goes, "Oh, I might have stuffed this up." Yeah, it was pretty weird. Yeah, I'm not closing the gate. Quacker Smith is taking it quickly. Quacker Smith on the run. So it was a free kick. So right, Faf de Klerk. That's gone too far from Faf. That's really, really poor from him. I mean, we're building some nice momentum, but we've just completely slowed down in the last 5-10 minutes. TVS says, when we sleep water breaks, we're going to lose it. Ref, what is with the water break? What's a World Rugby mandate? It's not really the ref's fault. What do these coaches think you're playing? Man hasn't played rugby in 6 months. Well, to be fair, if Pollard plays, he also hasn't really played much. They're saying they reckon he probably had very similar amount of game time in the last sort of 2-3 months. Wales in the attack here. Francis goes back to Dan Bigger. Dan Bigger launched it into the night. Billy LaRue goes up. Billy LaRue takes it. Doesn't call the mark. Billy LaRue still going. Needs a bit of support there. Nicely taken by Billy LaRue. That's Pavisa. Still going. Nice leg drive from him. Solid stuff. Now, if I have to clerk, we'll go to the boot. This time he needs to not kick it out. Yeah, in fact, he goes to Billy LaRue. Billy LaRue stabs it over the top. While we're by Dan Bigger. Dan Bigger gives it away to Louis Zamu. He comes on the inside of Alwick Lowe. Still going. Gives it away to Francis. Francis steps away from Vincent Koch. Stephen Kitsoff wraps him up. Nick Tompkins goes up. Quack Smith come up quickly. They've got the numbers here. They've got the numbers. Jasper Visa's reining in. Will Rowlands does bring him down just shy of the 22. Wales still have it. They come across to Dewey Lake. Sorry, Dylan Lewis, rather. Advantage not rolling. Chip at the top from Williams. Is taken by Faf de Klerk. Chaps, we kind of need to get back into their half. Diago penalised there for not rolling away. If this is another 3-pointer, this suddenly starts getting a bit away from us here, chaps. And you can just see Luat Diago's got no chance there. Everyone's falling on top of him. Can't move. Yeah, they're going to go for the points here. Oh, dear, chaps. This is getting a bit away from us at the moment.
John? Is the former captain got a good time to stop the clock? Stop the clock. Yeah, you can just see, Wales playing the pressure game, slowing it down as much as possible. And South Africa making mistakes at simple times, not applying enough.
Benkin just got back. We looked bad. Yeah, we had 10-minute resurgence where suddenly we were back, and then been pretty poor since then. Grants was to keep on bringing Wales back into this game, 100%. Really our hero. Ben says, I can't believe how mediocre we are. We look very bad. It's like we're afraid to run the ball. They're going to take the 300%. And here comes the 3. And there's the 3. Right, 24 points to 59-point advantage. Not the homecoming that we would have hoped for at the moment. The question is, can they come back? Wales making a sub. Damien Willemse goes a bit shorter to Faletau. Spins away, and I think Quacker Smith's there making the tackle. No, it's not. It's Alwick Low. Owen Watkin on for Josh Adams. And Josh Navidi on for Dan Lydiot. Oh, it's a bit of a mix-up there. Josh Navidi's under a bit of pressure, yeah? We go back to Dan Bigger. He's a bit of pressure onto his left boot, which is not his favourite side. Right up to 22. This is an opportunity here. Right, on the 22. Almost 20 minutes still in the game. I'm sure it's a policy that restricts them from running the ball. It's never over till it's over. Come box, you're going to do it. I know. Captain Quatch, his first test, Oaks. I'm not too shocked. Right, Malcolm Marks goes to Ulrich Low. Quacker Smith bursts out the back. Josh Navidi's up to the challenge. Quick ball here, Faf de Klerk. Pops up. That's a brilliant line. Ulrich Low! He's just short. Faf de Klerk goes to Stephen Kitsoff. The advantage for offside. What a line from Ulrich Low. Jasper Wiese comes up short. Lekanya Really Ruud, first receiver, gives to Dame Villeneuve. Dame Villeneuve goes, there's so much space. Why? It's worked. That's why. Well, I didn't think it was the right option, but David Delendi has put in the deft little grubber in behind. And bang. Cheslin Colby is over. 15 minutes to go. 4 points is the deficit. His 10th career try for the Springboks on Cheslin Colby. Brilliant. It was a really strong carry from Quacker Smith. Really fantastic line being run there by Ulrich Low. And it's just amazing. I mean, the pace there. Bang, bang, bang. This is how many minutes you're allowed to kick when you go for poles. I think it's 90 seconds for a conversion, or 90 seconds for a penalty, 60 conversion for one of the two. Right, Damien, this is quite an important kick here, chap. I mean, we left 8 points behind, so we actually could be 28-24 up if we were to go all our points. Having said that, I think Dan Bigger has missed 3, so it would then be 28-27. So we would still be ahead, I suppose. Oh, but literally, it was why. Okay, that's why. Look, I just think the passing was the safer option. I mean, it was a 3-on-1 basically. So I don't know why he went with the kick. It was the harder option to pull off. That's a bit like it, isn't it? From up against touchline. Oh, that is gorgeous, Damien Willemse. You biscuit. You biscuit. That is a tremendous kick. Goodness me. My guy. My guy. Give him the 10. Give him the 10. You see what I mean? That George Ward. There's a lot of space in behind, so it wasn't that risky an opportunity. I just think that the passing would have been easier. Nice play there from the box. Grasswatch, you need that try. You need another try for this. Willem said you can do this. I said Quack to set up Albert for a try. Wasn't far off. It's a really nice line being run there by Albert Lowe. Alan Jones has been yellow carded. What? Yeah, Alan Jones has been yellow carded. I don't even know what for what, but we'll take it. Yeah, so Wales down to 10 men. That's a bit of a better exit there. Come on, chaps. 2 points in it. 2 points in it. 13 minutes to play. Can the Box do it? What a test match is coming. That was a pretty poor line out there. It does work out in the end, though. There's, of course, Tompkins. Vincent Cock wraps him up. Francis goes to, I think that's Reese Kerr. Bigger goes to the boot. Tester here for Willie Leroux. It comes off Louis Rezam and forced to Vincent Cox, so the Box do have possession. Faf Clerk goes to Stephen Kitsoff. Stephen Kitsoff steps inside. Trying to get a bit of a better angle for Faf Clerk. Faf Clerk's kick has gone straight up. It has fallen back the side of the Box. Malcolm Marks. Long pass out wide to Damien Delendi. Damien Delendi goes to the boot. There's nobody back. If this needs to stop, it needs to stop, it needs to stop, it needs to stop. Colby, just walk away. Don't be an idiot. Chasen, just walk away, dude. I mean, there's really, like, we don't need a dick measuring competition here. This is pathetic. Here we go. Salman Murat on for his debut. Owen says, gets better. My spelling gets worse with every beer I drink. Do you think that might be related? Lewis says, look at how many games they played before coming to this game and look how poorly they did against a Rusty Bok team. Right, so Salman Murat on to make his Springbok debut. What a moment for him. Right, goal line dropout here. Bigger goes pretty long to Damien Willemse. Willemse wants to run. Spins away from one. Eventually brought down by Rowlands. Malcolm Marks first receiver. Willie Leroux to Damien Delendi. Quacker Smith, that's a nice line run by him. Have to clerk pretty flat to Ulrich Low. Sorry, I think it's Jasper Visa, actually. Vincent Cox sort of popped through a bit of a gap there. Now Willemse, not much on. Gives it to Ulrich Low. That's a nice line being run again. Good stuff there by Willems to create a bit of space there. Front foot ball, first touch with the ball for Sal Murat. Somebody's playing with one boot here. Malcolm Marks. This is good from the box. Sixth phase now. Ready to do it first. Receiving to Dale Lindy. Chilakanya on the outside. He gets the offload away to the Pimps. And it is forward. Ah, unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. Oh, dear, dear, dear. Oh, it would have been such a good offload for Lakanya if he came off, but as he's falling down, it just drifts forward. Francois Elwin Jones get a yellow card before 1 years old, still playing Test rugby. Who's down here? Is this Dylan Lewis? No. Good to see the box running with ball in hand at the moment. It's been a nice change. Big scrumming coming up here from the replacement front row. You kind of need a penalty here.
First 2 tries against South Africa. Blue reached the limit. 77 meters gain. Put under pressure with 5 tackles. Get to one for the future. Already sure with the British nice.
Come on, chaps, get these breaks. Yeah, I'm not a fan. So the reason that there are so many water breaks, basically, World Rugby want to try and clamp down on people slowing the game, like with all these water boys and stuff like that coming onto the field all the time. So they're trying to cut that out by then having scheduled water breaks. I don't feel like it's added anything to it. To be honest, I'm not a fan. Hershey Yankees onto the park as well, so that is a full bench on for the box. He'll play the last 9 minutes. Come, we need a big try here. Big try here, lads.
Platform to work with, no real dominance from the paper forward this evening. Let's go to Wales. From the lead, the first half, from the first minute. South Africa's been chasing the game. Never think. Some territory turnaround for South Africa. To turn around their fortunes in the second half. Those are not the important numbers kept up, but the scoreline was key.
Oh, it's a huge scrum from the box. It's a huge scrum from the box, but they do manage to get it out. Quacker Smith doing a lot of work at the breakdown there. It's a really good counteract by Quacker Smith. There's nobody there around him to really help him out. He's been good coming on, old Quacker, actually. Dan Bigger needs a good clearance here. The Pimpy takes quickly, goes to Villy LaRue, goes across to Cheslin Colby. Trying to find out about space to... Colby! He's still going, is Colby, up to the 22. I mean, how easy was that? Hershey Yankees. Salman Murat first receiver. Damon Willemse flat to Lurt de Jager. Willemse go himself through the gap. Too many LaRue. He's been turned in by V. Samet. Quick ball needed. Advantage as well. Jasper Visa. There's the ground egg. Someone's dragging George Northall by his foot. The ball's still going. The ref's on the floor. Who knows what's going on here, chaps? Who knows what's going on here? We might have a try. We've definitely got a penalty. But all I'm saying is that The Boxers just turned into New Zealand in the last, like, 4 minutes. Banging, Oaks. What is the decision here? Who's the captain, by the way? Is it Lacanio? I assume it is, yeah. Wasting time, but the schedule water breaks slow in the game. Time is going, Box. Herschel always scores a try. Let's hope so. And we're going to go up to Joy. He was our TMO. You hardly used her tonight. Oh, we could have another yellow card here, by the way. Cynical. Surely has to be a yellow card. Yep, slowing the ball down. Reese goes to the bin. Well, come on, chaps. I mean, they're making it pretty easy for us. I mean, they flip and sending everybody off. It's a penalty try. Yeah, I was about to say, it's just a penalty, Oaks. Must say, actually, Joel's just made the comment, but I think the referee's actually been quite good today, by the way. Yeah, they've already pulled up a little chair there by Alan Wynn. Villy LaRue has played well, by the way, people. People don't want to hear it. People don't want to hear it. You might not want to hear it, but he has played well. Damian Villains has been a class act. Luat Diaga. Come on, chaps, finish it off here. It's a 13-man Wales side with 6 minutes to go. Let's do this. Yeah, that's it. Getting a bit of momentum here. Needs to spin towards the right. Malcolm Marks controlling things. Come on. Come on. Here comes Damien Delendi. Lacanio's in there. Come on. It's gone down. It's gone down. Penalty try. Come on. Come on. We move. We move. Come on. Come on. 29 points to 24. The Boks take the lead for the first time in the game. The bench, the bomb squad, the replacements have done the business today. It's been a pleasure to watch. It really has. Right, now we've got to defend for 5 minutes. Oh my living, they've got a third yellow card. Yeah, it's a penalty try, so it has to be a yellow card. LOL! Okay, well, I mean, this is a bit ridiculous. Wales are down to 12 men. Well, I don't think the Springbok fans will complain to. Oh, Jasper Wies has knocked it forward. You absolute pillock. Knock on advantage here. Oh, Quacker's over there. Quacker's over there. Quacker's over. Oh! Hands in the ruck. Well, it's not over. Penalty here. They're not going to take the 3. Defend, lads.
see the top forward taking it down as they race towards the line. Penalty try. Yeah. Very scary yellow card, but Alan Winchell's back on the field now for well. So
Yeah, Dion Davids, enjoy that. Salute, boys, salute. They go to the front of the line to Falatau. They're going to try the rolling more. It's going well, actually. It's going well. They've got the run. They've got the run. They've got the run. They're over. That was so poor. So poor. A 12-man Welsh side, and they're over.
the sounds of silence from the Loftus faithful. Unexpected.
This is such a bad Maul defense. I mean, just absolutely nowhere there. Oh, Alaman Jones is on, by the way, so it's 30 men. Oh, my living, kick to come. The scores are level. How have we done this? He's missed it. He's missed it. Are we going to have a draw? Nobody likes a draw, Alex. Draws are so cuck.
Phenomenal scenes down the upward side. Wales scoring a try from the line-up ball with 13 men on the field. Dan Bigg is so solid.
Williams to go short. But Alaman Jones is up to make a good. But Chilling Colby is there to try and. 3 minutes. Oh, my living, guys. Penalty, David Williams to bag it, eh?
First in the world.
Oh, draw would be such a cuck result. I mean, Oaks, they had four cards. Beast is solid under the high ball there. Needs to stay in. Throws it back in. Chilling Colby. Herschel Yankees goes to Vincent Koch. We need to get into Welsh territory. We're too far out here for the 3-pointer. Dame Williams, Villy Lewis sitting at 10. Dale Indy. Why would you do that?
Thomas Williams to come across to draw cover.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that option, to be honest. I would like to keep ball in hand.
Tension. You lost this fight.
Fatal goes up. There's 30 seconds left. What'll be interesting is are Wales going for the win, for example? If the siren, if the hooter blows, are they kicking it out and taking the draw? They'd probably take the draw. Thomas Williams is going to go to the boot. He's going for distance. Right, Billy LaRue, 22-22. That's what we have to do. Drifting a lot. Colby managed to hold on to it. Gives it away to Lacanya. Lacanya comes inside, outside of George North. He's up into Welsh territory. He's up towards the 22. That's worked out really well. Dale Indy to Stephen Kitsoff. We just need a penalty. Herschel Yankees to Jasper Visa. Puts his head down. Drop kick from Damien Willemse, imagine. Salman Murad, first receiver. Damien Willemse. Puts his head down. Wrapped up by Nick Tompkins. Salman Murad carrying it up strongly. Yeesh! Kits off. Koch, rather. Herschel gives it to Villy. It's a deliberate. Penalty! Woo-hoo-hoo! Penalty! 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 Damian Willemse! Well, come on, surely! Damian Willemse, the unlikely hero. Springboks need to study New Zealand how things are done. Biltong, please keep drinking. Mark Junior says, Steve, just got back from a week in hospital. We need a win to cheer me up. Just found out hospital gave me the... Oh, goodness me. Yeah, Dan Bigger, eh? Deliberate knockdown. All right, come on, Damien. Has he got the metal? He's played so well, as Damian Willemse said today. It's not a particularly difficult kick. He really should get this. Willemse, write your name into a little bit of history, Chief. The hoot is gone. This will be the last moment of the game, unless it hits the bar or something. Damian Willemse! Willemse! It's good! Yes! See! Banging, 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 banging. Well, that was not fun. That wasn't fun. That was not pretty either. But the Loftus crowd are smiling. An 83rd minute, or 80th minute, depending on if you're going to be that snail. But long after the hoot had gone, Willemse puts it straight down. He turned, he's bossed the game. The coming of age of Damian Willemse has been a privilege to watch the last 6 months, and how much does he deserve to have the plaudits after that with that kick? Not a particularly good performance from the box, but yeah, at the end of the day, it's a results game. It's a results game, and the result is a big W. Big dub. And I think that's the most important. I think what Albie says is the most important thing here. Good teams win even when they play bad. Look how he turns. Just turns straight away. Yay. Well, we'll take that. It's a bit, it'll like settle in. Right, people, I'm going to drop the link for the player ratings. When I end this show, you'll go straight there. And then we're going to go and rate them. And I'll tell you what, Damian Willemse is going to get a very nice rating with how he's played today.
Keep the status quo on the go. They've been lost to Wales. So that's good soil. But Wales, we're proud of their performance.
Right, so I'm going to drop the link quickly. Vote now. And as I said, you guys are... So we'll see you guys play rating. We should be live in about 15 minutes. So we'll see you guys then. But thanks so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Yo, guys, thanks so much for jumping on. It was a really good stream. How many subscribers are up as well? So please do subscribe on the way out. We're on 12,345 on the road to 13,000 subscribers. Hopefully we can get there quite soon. Until then, we'll see you guys at the player ratings in a few minutes. And yeah, until then, chat to you guys now.